Chapter 1330. Sylvanus. Veronica and Lebecca stood side by side in the center, looking at the huge sword hanging on the wall in front of them with grim expressions. The entire sword was pitch black in color. The huge body and hilt of the sword were covered with blood-red veins that made one's hair stand on end. They emitted a blood-like luster, as if they were alive. Inside the veins, traces of blood-like light were flowing like water. This great sword is the one Wu Yen snatched from Mikatos. It can resurrect dead dragons, it can create corpse dragons, and it's a product of magicite engineering. Is this the giant sword that can control the corpse gray dragon? Even the fearless Veronica was looking at the giant sword in front of her with fear in her eyes. The sword itself seems to be made of precious metal, but those red veins. Yes. Lebecca nodded solemnly. They are all made of dragon chi magnificent crystals. As expected. Veronica's expression darkened. Dragon chi crystals. That was a special crystal that only dragons could produce. Almost every dragon in the dragon race would secrete crystals that contained magic power at regular intervals. These crystals were known as dragon chi splendor crystals. Because the dragon chi magnificent crystal contained some excess magic power in the bodies of the dragons of the dragon race. People also began to make use of these dragon chi magnificent crystals. Those who held the dragon chi magnificent crystal could use the magic power contained within to cast dragon magic that only the dragon race could cast. At the same time, they could also do some things that only magic could do. For example, Veronica's aerial battleship was powered by the special dragon chi crystals. It was also because of this that the dragon chi magnificent crystal might only be a physiological substance that was secreted regularly to the dragon race, just like the metabolism of humans. Normally, they might not even take a look at it, but to humans, it was a very important thing. Dragon chi splendor crystal was an extremely precious magic-conducting item. Knight Loriaman's kingdom had many production lines that relied on the dragon chi magnificent crystal. Some nobles even used dragon crystals as a status symbol or a way to flaunt their wealth. Usually, the nobles would have some luxurious decorations in their residences. For example, chandeliers. They all used the dragon chi magnificent crystals to provide the light. As a result, to the knighthood kingdom, the dragon chi magnificent crystal was a precious item that they absolutely could not lack. However, it was also because of the large amount of dragon crystals that they could use and convenience. The other countries also coveted the dragon chi magnificent crystals. After all, unlike the dragons that only contracted with citizens of Night of Nights, dragon crystals could be used by almost anyone. Although the dragon magic cast using dragon crystals would not be as powerful as those cast by dragons themselves, it was still much more powerful than using human power. In addition to the various convenient effects, who wouldn't want to obtain the dragon chi magnificent crystal? Now, the various factions of the Uruxtran continent would regularly come to Loriaman to purchase large amounts of dragon crystals. As the sovereign nation of Loriaman, the kingdom of Sheplon even requested a regular tribute of dragon crystals. Even the Sepharos Empire secretly obtained dragon crystals from various channels. That was why they had the opportunity to fuse dragon magicite with their own machinery and develop magicite engineering. That was why Veronica's expression was so ugly when she saw the veins made of dragon essence on the giant sword that she used to attack Ansari. There was nothing more unpleasant than having one's country's proud product being used by a hostile country and causing harm to one's own country. However, although Veronica was very assertive and a martial artist, it did not mean that her brain was made of muscle. Otherwise, how could she support the entire Knight of Loriaman? After a while, Veronica suppressed her emotions and calmed down. Has someone already analyzed the structure of this giant sword? There are specialists in the academy who have studied the structure of the sword. Lebecca replied before shaking her head. The experts are already analyzing the function of the veins made from the dragon chi magnificent crystal. However, the progress of the engineering research is not enough. That's inevitable. Veronica did not blame Lebecca for her incompetence. She nodded in understanding. Magic engineering is the specialty of the Knight's Kingdom. However, engineering is the domain of the Empire. Regarding engineering, the Knight's Kingdom basically knows nothing about it. It's only natural that such a result would occur. Veronica looked at Rebecca. Leave this sword to me. I will arrange for someone to study it. Understood. Rebecca replied. Then, let's put the matter of the corpse dragon aside for now and wait for the progress. Veronica's tense expression relaxed and a smile appeared on her face. Hey, Rebecca, what do you think of the duel in 3 days? This. Rebecca hesitated for a moment before speaking with some uncertainty. Is Princess Veronica referring to Sylvia or Loon? Both sides. Veronica waved her cloak and sat on the sofa. To be honest, compared to Sylvia, I'm more curious about that Loon kid. Veronica's eyes glinted. He's on par with Gulian, who's equipped with the Holy Knight armor with his own strength. He has the special ability to ride other people's dragons and the dragon riding skill that even you call unparalleled. Other than that, he's also a dragon breeder. We still don't know how powerful Fall is, and it's still a secret as to what level he's at. He's a man full of mysteries, he's not simple. Hearing this, Rebecca was stunned. Veronica was a proud and arrogant person. This could be seen from the way she mercilessly denied her own sister. To be able to gain the recognition of the proud and arrogant Veronica was definitely an incomparably glorious thing. However, no one has ever been able to make Veronica call someone not simple. Even the commander of the world's strongest Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights under Veronica's command. Although Veronica valued him highly, she didn't give him such a serious evaluation. From a certain point of view, Wu Yan received a different kind of honor. Strangely enough, Rebecca felt that it was only right and proper at the same time. Even she felt that Wu Yan was worthy of such an evaluation. Therefore, Rebecca could only smile helplessly at Veronica's words. Actually, I'm also curious about how many secrets he's hiding. Veronica paused for a moment and said in surprise, but isn't he your guard? It's a long story. This so-called guard is nothing more than a cover-up. Rebecca sighed. I've only met him recently. I gave him the name Rune, but I don't even know his real name, identity, or background. I thought I could get some information if I kept him by my side, but every time I thought he finally revealed something, he would reveal an even more shocking secret the next time I met him. I'm ashamed to say this. If he hadn't fought Captain Jirian today, I wouldn't have known he had such frightening strength. Rebecca's tone turned complicated. I only had a sliver of hope for him at first, wondering if he had a potential that even I couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Only now do I realize that his abilities have far exceeded my expectations. So mysterious. Veronica narrowed her eyes. Looks like I'll have to prepare a strong opponent for him this time. Does your Highness plan to have Captain Jirian fight? No. Veronica shook her head. Although Jirian's strength is unquestionable, I think it's still not enough to force that brat to reveal everything. After saying that, Veronica suddenly laughed out loud. I plan to have her fight. Her. Rebecca was taken aback and her expression changed. Could it be? Veronica snorted, her eyes filled with excitement. That brat, what kind of shocking ability can he display? Let's wait and see. Chapter 1331. The next day, in the 7th Dragon's dormitory. In front of Lancelot's dragon house, Wu Yan stood at the door while Sylvia stood in front of Wu Yan. She looked like a student about to be taught by a knowledgeable professor. Or perhaps it should be said that she looked like a student participating in military training. Her body was ramrod straight and her face was solemn. Looking at this strange scene, Cosette, who was holding a plate with a teapot and teacups, couldn't help laughing. However, she didn't dare to laugh out loud on this occasion, so she could only try her best to hold it in. For the first time in her life, Cosette felt that she was having a hard time. However, no matter how Cosette felt, the two people involved were indeed very serious. We only have 3 days, so we don't have much time to waste. So, I'll cut to the chase and get straight to the point. With his height advantage, Wu Yan looked down at Sylvia and began to explain. You are a top student of the academy. You should know the source of a dragon knight's power, right? Yes. Sylvia answered solemnly like a student in school. Both dragon breeders and dragon knights have two sources of power. One is the strength of fall, and the other is the skills of the rider. When the two aspects are combined, they are the power of a dragon breeder or dragon knight. Only dragon knights have the ability of holy knight armor. Correct. Wu Yan clapped his hands. In other words, if you want to increase your power in a short time, you can only do it from two aspects. The first is the growth of Lancelot's own power. Wu Yan patted Lancelot's head. If Lancelot can grow, then, even if the rider's ability doesn't change, his overall power will increase. But the growth of a dragon is not only related to its master's care, but also its bloodline and talent. Wu Yan shook his head. Lancelot is far superior to ordinary dragons in terms of both bloodline and talent. Coupled with your meticulous care, it's clear how quickly he's maturing. But now, we only have 3 days. 3 days is not enough for Lancelot to grow much. Wu Yan looked straight at Sylvia. Therefore, we can only start from the second aspect, and that is the rider. Here it comes. Sylvia couldn't help but gulp as she recalled Wu Yan's devilish grin and the words, "Taste of hell," he said last night. Sylvia, who was timid by nature, couldn't help but feel nervous. In these 3 days, instead of saying that it's a special training for you and Lancelot, it's better to say that it's a special training for you. Wu Yan held Lancelot's reins absent-mindedly and walked out of the dragon house. Come with me. Seeing Wu Yan lead Lancelot out of the dragon house, Sylvia hurriedly followed. Corset also walked leisurely. She followed behind the two to the empty space outside the dragon house. In order for you to win the duel in 3 days, I will teach you my dragon riding technique. The moment they arrived at the clearing, Wu Yan tossed out such a sentence, making Sylvia feel a burst of joy. Wu Yan's dragon riding technique. That was an existence that Rebecca called invincible. Although it was only 3 days, Sylvia definitely couldn't learn much of Wu Yan's dragon riding technique. But if she could learn a move or two, it was definitely something worth celebrating. After all, Wu Yan had many experiences of using his magical dragon riding technique to let the weak win against the strong. If she could learn that magical dragon riding technique, she might be able to let Lancelot win against the strong. That might be possible. Just as Sylvia's fighting spirit began to rise, Wu Yan extinguished it with a single sentence. However, before I teach you dragon riding technique, we have another matter to attend to. Another matter? Sylvia was slightly taken aback. Seeing Sylvia's confused expression, Wu Yan hinted. Do you still remember the flying speed that Lancelot displayed when he was dealing with the corpse ash dragon? Sylvia reflexively recalled the time when Wu Yan brought her to ride Lancelot. She also recalled the time when Wu Yan brought her to ride Lancelot. She also recalled the terrifying flying speed back then. Could it be? Sylvia shuddered. The dragon riding technique you're going to teach me is the flying method Lancelot used back then? What kind of dragon riding technique is that? However, not only did Wu Yan deny it, he even curled his lips in disdain. That's just a layer of mana covering Lancelot's body, changing the shape of the mana covering Lancelot's body, reducing the air resistance to Lancelot to 0 and giving Lancelot a push instead. As long as Lancelot remembers the shape of the mana at that time, even without a rider, Lancelot will be able to fly at the same speed. Wu Yan stroked Lancelot's dragon horn, causing Lancelot to act coquettishly. Last night, I rode Lancelot again and let Lancelot fly at the same speed. Now, Lancelot has remembered the shape of the mana. Even without me riding it, it will be able to fly at the same speed at any time. Sylvia was touched by Abel's words. It turned out that when she was sleeping, he had already thought of everything and made all the necessary preparations. He helped me so much, I can't let him down. With such conviction, Sylvia became serious. Then, what should I do? Very simple. Wu Yan once again revealed that smile that made Sylvia tremble in fear. Then, Wu Yan's next sentence sent Sylvia to hell. With Lancelot's speed, it will definitely increase your chances of winning by more than 1 level. However, you still can't get used to that speed, right? The corner of Wu Yan's mouth slowly rose. So, before learning the dragon riding technique, you must get used to Lancelot's speed and be able to control it at that speed. Wah! Sylvia was instantly terrified. Even now, Sylvia could still remember that time when she sat on Lancelot's back, the centrifugal force that almost scraped her body apart, and the extreme discomfort and nausea that came along with the extreme speed. Did he have to get used to that kind of speed and control Lancelot as he wished? No, no, no. Sylvia shook her head without hesitation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Oh. Wu Yan seemed to have predicted Sylvia's reaction and asked without a change in expression. What's the reason? That's too dangerous. Sylvia's face was a little pale. Let's not talk about whether I can get used to that speed for now, but if I accidentally fall off the dragon's back during practice, that's not something that can be resolved with just some injuries, right? You don't have to worry about that. Wu Yan used a bright expression to take out something from his back. It was a rope. A bad premonition surfaced in Sylvia's heart, and a chill ran down her spine. Sylvia took a step back and asked with a fearful expression. What are you trying to do? Do you even need to ask? Wu Yan revealed a dazzling expression. Unfortunately, this expression was no different from a devil's to Sylvia. Of course, what made Sylvia think that Wu Yan was a devil was Wu Yan's words. I'll tie you to Lancelot's back so that you won't be in danger of falling off. I. Sylvia's teeth began to chatter. I suddenly remembered. I still have something to do, trying to escape. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and snapped his fingers. The next moment, Sylvia's limbs were held by someone. Sylvia couldn't help but be shocked. Cosette. It's you. Your Highness, Lord Roland is doing this for your own good. Cosette's face had the same dazzling smile as Wu Yan's. For the sake of your Highness, I can only offend this lowly maid, you just think it's fun. Sylvia struggled with all her might. Let me go. Don't worry. Wu Yan grabbed the rope and approached with a ferocious expression. I'll be very gentle, I won't hurt you. Sylvia's pretty face turned ghastly pale in an instant. Then, Wu Yan pounced on her. No, a sorrowful cry echoed through the sky. Chapter 1332. Woo! A sorrowful wail that would make anyone who heard it cry reverberated throughout the seventh dragon house. It sounded like the cry of a ghost in the middle of the night. Whoosh! A sharp sound accompanied by a sorrowful wail echoed throughout the sky. A streak of light flashed through the sky above the seventh dragon house, causing a series of incessant shrieks. At the doorstep of the seventh dragon house, Wu Yan and Cosette were drinking black tea and munching on pastries. The sorrowful wail that reverberated throughout the sky seemed to be adding to their enjoyment. It was a very pleasant sight. Looking up, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh when he saw Sylvia, who was tied to the back of Lancelot's dragon and screaming with her eyes closed. As expected of the princess. She's been screaming for an entire hour and her voice is still so loud. It's a pity that she's not singing the high notes. That's true. Cosette wasn't worried about his master at all. He looked at Sylvia, who was screaming in the sky, with a big smile on his face. Her Highness seems to be very happy. If Sylvia or anyone else heard this, they would definitely stay away from Cosette and never dare to approach her again. What is bad? That is bad. What is bad taste? That is bad taste. Cosette proved to everyone in the world that in this world, there was no one who could help her. There was actually a maid who would feel happy for her mistress' misfortune. He didn't know he had a maid who was both capable and good-looking. But a powerful maid with a very bad taste. Would that be a good thing for Sylvia? Of course, if Veronica was here, she would definitely admit that she was inferior. Even though Veronica also gave Sylvia hellish special training when she was young, Sylvia wasn't that bad. At the very least, she wasn't so bad as to leisurely drink black tea and eat pastries while Sylvia's life was in danger. However, after watching Sylvia scream for an hour in the sky, Wu Yan got bored of it. She's a real demon, no doubt, so he casually mentioned it. Speaking of which, aren't there 5 holy dragons in the 7th dragon house? Why do I only see Lancelot and Guffrin every time I come here? Ha! Corset was admiring her mistress' tragic experience. Corset was also nonchalant in her reply. Apart from Guffrin and Lancelot, the other 2 holy dragons seem to always be by their master's side. They rarely stay in the dragon house. One of the holy dragons' master has been skipping classes and hasn't even been to the academy that many times. Therefore, Lancelot's master has been skipping classes. So, Lancelot and Lancelot are the most common holy dragons. You haven't even been to the academy that many times? Wu was slightly surprised. It's truly a miracle that such a person was able to nurture his fall into a holy dragon and become a dragon knight. Although he hasn't been to the academy many times, he's not a student with low grades. Cosette explained with great interest. I heard that this student often skips his classes and school activities. She once aroused the dissatisfaction of many people in the academy. However, her grades are always among the best. Her ranking has never fallen out of the top 5 in the year. So, even the teachers, instructors, and the dean can't do anything about it. That's amazing. Wu Yan curled his lips. Then, he thought of something and looked at Corset. You said the other 2 holy dragons rarely stay in the dragon house. Yes. What about the other one? Wu Yan asked suspiciously. Aren't there 5 holy dragons in the academy? What about the other one? This. Corset finally stopped admiring her mistress' embarrassment and looked at Wu Yan. The remaining holy dragon has always been in the 7th dragon house. It's always been in the 7th dragon house? Wu Yan didn't feel relieved after hearing Corset's words. Instead, he became more suspicious. Then why haven't I seen it? That's because it's always in its dragon room. Cosette picked up the tea set and filled Wu Yan's cup with black tea as he explained. Ever since it entered the dragon house, the holy dragon has never come out. Never? This time, Wu Yan was curious. Why is that? Did its mistress go out? Didn't bring it with her? No matter how far away it is, there's no dragon cultivator who doesn't bring their fall with them, right? Corset laughed and tilted her head. Actually, I'm not very sure either. I only know that the holy dragon has been staying in the dragon's room for a period of time and has never gone out. Moreover, other than Long Ding who brought it food and helped it clean its territory, it chased away anyone who approached it. That's strange. Wu Yan rubbed his chin with a frown. It's so strange. Didn't its mistress come to see it? I'm not sure. I was just curious when I first heard about it, so I did a little investigation. I didn't go too deep. Corset said in a way that didn't fit her image as a maid. But I heard that the holy dragon situation isn't good. Oh. Wu Yan looked at Corset. How should I put it? I don't know the exact reason. Corset pursed her lips and said with uncertainty, but I heard that its body is getting weaker and weaker. Usually, it doesn't move except when it eats. Wu Yan pondered for a moment. His curiosity was piqued. It has been staying in the dragon house for no reason. It doesn't go out. It doesn't do anything except eat. Its body is getting weaker and weaker. This is too strange. A holy dragon's behavior is so abnormal. Logically speaking, such a thing should be enough to make the entire Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy restless. After all, dragons are precious existences. The Night Kingdom values dragons very much. Let alone a holy dragon, its mistress should be more anxious than anyone else. However, in the academy, this kind of thing is considered a big deal. Wu Yan stayed here for a month and he didn't even hear a little bit about it. There are only 2 explanations for this. Either the reason for this holy dragon's abnormal behavior can't be known to outsiders, so the academy has completely blocked the news. Either that, or Xing Long had been acting strangely for some time, and no one in the academy knew the reason for it. Currently, they were still searching for it, and as time passed, even if there were people in the academy who knew about it, not many would mention it. However, regardless of the reason, this holy dragon was acting so strangely and there was no news of its master at all. Wasn't this a little too suspicious? Most importantly, even as a member of the student council, I don't know about such a serious thing happening in the academy. Come to think of it, this problem must have existed before I came to the academy. Don't tell me even you don't know the details? Wu Yan couldn't help but ask Corset curiously. Isn't your Shirley family specialized in espionage technology? With Corset's ability, you should be able to investigate this matter in minutes, right? Shirley family's espionage technology and combat ability exist to assist and protect the Knight Royal family. Corset couldn't help but roll her eyes at Wu Yan. Although the Holy Dragon's abnormal behavior is very concerning, it doesn't do any harm to Her Highness, nor does it have any impact. I've only heard about it and investigated it a little. I didn't delve too deeply into it, so how could I know the details? At this point, Corset looked at Wu Yan with a meaningful look. Her cute face slowly inched closer to Wu Yan's face. Lord Lune. Corset's purple eyes stared at Wu Yan. She suddenly laughed. You don't think I'm the kind of person who would use my ability to do something like peeping because of a little curiosity or gossip, do you? Ahaha. Wu Yan laughed and his eyes began to drift. How could that be? Corset reached out her hand and held Wu Yan's cheek, making him face her. Please look into my eyes when you speak. Corset's cute face was so close to his, Wu Yan's heartstrings were fiercely touched. I'll go see that holy dragon. Resisting the urge to kiss her, Wu Yan shook off Corset's hand and ran into the dragon house like he's escaping from something. Wu Yan didn't see that at this moment, Corset's face was also flushed. Chapter 1333. Wu Yan, who rushed into the dragon house, slammed the door shut with a bang. He leaned against the door with cold sweat dripping down his face. That maid. I really can't underestimate her. Recalling the cute face that was less than 10 centimeters away from him less than a minute ago, Wu Yan couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his face. I actually ended up like this because I got too close to a girl's face. What the hell is wrong with me? Wu Yan has a lot of girls around him and all of them have stunning looks. Even though Cosette is also very cute, she's still lacking compared to Ikaros, who's breathtakingly beautiful. In front of Ikaros, Wu Yan sometimes behaved in an unbearable manner, but as time passed, he got used to it. He even thought that his immunity should have increased by quite a bit. Who knew that under such circumstances, he still behaved in such a pathetic manner? It's no wonder Ikaros thought he's abnormal. Taking a deep breath and exhaling, Wu Yan calmed the inexplicable tension in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the interior of the dragon house. The 7th dragon house of the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy is dedicated to the holy dragons. Therefore, the 7th dragon house can be said to be the most sacred place in the entire academy. There are only 5 holy dragons residing in this dragon house. However, the 7th dragon house is the largest, tallest, and most luxurious building of the 7 dragon houses of the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy. From the outside, the 7th dragon house looks like an extremely luxurious villa. From the inside, the structure of the 7th dragon house is actually quite simple. After entering through the main entrance, they stood at the entrance. The first thing they saw was a spacious open space. The ground was made of precious blue marble. The place is specially decorated in gold. It's monotonous but not perfunctory. It's very tasteful. In front of the open space, there's a row of dragon houses against the wall. The dragon rooms that were arranged side by side were just empty rooms. Apart from the fact that they occupied a larger area than normal rooms, there was nothing special about them. There was even a water tank inside. The holy dragons that resided inside replenished their water supply from the water trough. As for food, the dragons were responsible for providing it on time. Because each dragon room only had a small door that could only cover about 1/5 of the area, no one would think of locking the dragon up. Therefore, even if one stood at the door of the dragon house, they would not be able to see through it. Wu Yan could also clearly see the situation in each dragon room. The first thing that caught Wu Yan's attention was Guflin, who is sitting in the center of the 7th dragon house. He's sitting in the most spacious dragon room of the 7th dragon house. As the strongest holy dragon in the academy, as well as Rebecca's holy dragon knight, Gufflin could be said to be the most eye-catching dragon in the entire academy. There was no one who could compare to him. His enormous body, which could be ranked at the forefront of the entire dragon clan, could not be ignored. After all, in the dragon clan, basically, if there were no surprises, size represented a dragon's strength. The larger a dragon was, the greater its growth potential, the more power it accumulated and the stronger it would be. That's why most people's understanding of a dragon's strength was based on their size. Gufflin's size was ranked at the top of the dragon clan, so there was no doubt about its strength. Compared to Gufflin's enormous body, even the dragon room of the 7th dragon house, which was designed to fit an adult dragon's body, felt a lot smaller. It didn't fit Gufflin. Roar. Perhaps sensing someone's gaze on it, Gufflin opened its eyes. When it saw Wu Yen standing in front of the dragon house, a trace of joy flashed through its solemn dragon eyes. It then let out a joyful roar. To Gufflin, Wu Yen was not only the only other person it acknowledged aside from Rebecca who could ride on its back, he was also its benefactor, who took care of its meals every day and provided it with delicacies several hundred times more delicious than before. In Gufflin's heart, Wu Yan's position might not be as high as Rebecca's, who had already received the holy knight armor from Gufflin and swore to be its master. However, Wu Yan was the person Gufflin was most willing to get close to. If Rebecca were here, Gufflin would obediently lower its head to show its submission. However, if Wu Yan were here, Gufflin would roar in a way that didn't match its image to show its closeness. This made Rebecca extremely jealous. After all, she wasn't someone who liked to be above others. Rather than simply submitting, she wanted Gufflin to be closer to her. Of course, Rebecca was still alright. Sylvia was the one who suffered. Unlike Gufflin, who had already presented his holy knight armor and swore to be his master, Lancelot, who hadn't presented his armor to Sylvia, was much closer to Wu Yan than Gufflin. Similarly, because Lancelot hadn't presented his holy knight armor to Sylvia, it meant that Sylvia wasn't worthy enough for Lancelot to pledge his everything to her. Her loyalty wasn't as high as Gufflin's towards Rebecca. Therefore, to Lancelot, Wu Yan's position in his heart might even be higher than Sylvia's. Fortunately, Sylvia didn't know about this. Otherwise, she would have suffered a heavy blow. At this thought, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile and beckon Gufflin over. It's not time to eat yet. Rest first. When it's time to eat, I'll bring you something good to eat. Roar. Gufflin let out another roar of joy before obediently lying on the ground and sleeping comfortably. It seemed that he was looking forward to Wu Yan's cooking. Dragons were able to eat 5 meals a day, and they had a special desire for delicious food. As an incredibly intelligent species, dragons weren't only capable of creating holy knight armor and researching dragon-related magic. Their desire for beautiful things far surpassed that of humans. In the hearts of dragons like Gufflin and Lancelot, Wu Yan's cooking was the pursuit of good food. Shaking his head, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. He then began to look around the dragon house. Lancelot was accompanying Sylvia in her special training outside. Corset had also said that the other 2 holy dragons were always by their master's side and rarely entered the 7th dragon house. Thus, in the entire 7th dragon house, other than Gufflin, there should only be that holy dragon with abnormal behavior left. In the quiet 7th dragon house, Wu Yan could clearly hear that other than Gufflin, there was also a relatively weak breathing sound echoing in this space. Following this breathing sound, Wu Yan walked to the innermost part of the 7th dragon house and arrived at a rather remote dragon house. The next moment, he saw, in this dragon house, a dragon was lying on the ground. It was a holy dragon about the same size as Lancelot. It was obvious that it was still in its infancy. It had the same white fur as Lancelot, but it had a faint purple glow. It looked like a purplish-white color and was much more elegant. The dragon's horns were extremely well developed, just like those of a buck. They were sharp, but not rough. A pair of purple dragon eyes without pupils were suffused with a rich luster, adding a bit of ferocity to its elegance, but it was not too frightening. Clearly, this was an extremely extraordinary holy dragon. Even though it was still in its infancy, one could still feel the immense pressure from its body that only holy dragons of the dragon race possessed. However, this sacred dragon, which should have exuded immense pressure, was currently lying limply on the ground, looking listless. Even its white fur, which was glowing with a purple glow, seemed to have dimmed significantly. Its purple eyes were filled with weakness, without any luster. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan immediately frowned. It's as Corset said, this dragon situation is not good. Although he didn't know what happened to this dragon, Wu Yan could clearly sense that its aura was gradually weakening. From the looks of it, it probably won't be long before this dragon's life comes to an end. Staring at the weak holy dragon, Wu Yan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was a flash of light. Wu Yan lifted his foot and walked towards the holy dragon in the dragon house. Yu. When Wu Yan was 5 meters away from the holy dragon, it suddenly turned its head and looked at Wu Yan. The pair of purple dragon eyes were filled with warning. Chapter 1334. Gawain, level 62. Wu Yan stared at the holy dragon Gawain, who was giving him a warning look. He hesitated for a moment before speaking to Gawain. I don't mean any harm, I just wanted to check on you. The dragon race possessed a dragon seed memory that could provide every dragon with knowledge accumulated over thousands upon thousands of years. That was why the dragon race was known as an extremely intelligent race. Every dragon possessed the accumulated knowledge of the dragon race from the moment they were born. And in that dragon species memory of the dragon race, there would definitely be records of the human language. Although the dragon race couldn't rely on it to speak the human language, it would be easy for them to understand the human language. That was why Gawain could definitely understand Wu Yan's words. However, even after Wu Yan finished speaking, Gawain still looked at him with vigilance. There was even a hint of hostility in his eyes. If someone else approached Gawain, with Gawain's previous behavior, he would have roared and scared them away. However, Gawain could feel a trace of pressure from Wu Yan's body that was different from ordinary people. It was the pressure from the bloodline. It was because of the true ancestor bloodline's pressure on the dragon race's bloodline that Wu Yan was able to obtain the dragon race's approval and become an existence that could ride any dragon. In the past. Relying on this, Wu Yan could be said to have never failed in riding a dragon. Ordinary dragons felt that Wu Yan's life force was superior to theirs. That was why they would straightforwardly submit to him. The holy dragon could resist the bloodline pressure from Wu Yan. However, the dragon race was also a race that valued bloodlines greatly. Even if they weren't of the same race, they would still give a certain amount of respect to existences whose bloodline far surpassed theirs. Take Gufflin for example. To the dragon race, it was clearly the biggest taboo to allow someone other than their master to ride on their back. Many people had died because of this in the past. However, Guffrin still gave Wu Yan a chance to gain its approval. After some comparison, it approved of Wu Yan as its mount. Because Lancelot was a dragon whelp, his resistance to Wu Yan's aura was not as strong as Guffrin's. Moreover, with the help of delicious food, Lancelot's resistance to Wu Yan had plummeted. In the end, in addition to Wu Yan's teachings to its master, Lancelot very straightforwardly agreed to let Wu Yan ride it. Although Gawain was a holy dragon, he was still in his infancy, just like Lancelot. His resistance to Wu Yan's bloodline pressure shouldn't be stronger than Givlin's. But Wu Yan didn't show any intention of riding it. He had merely approached, but the other party had given him an undisguised warning. Could it be that this holy dragon called Gawain had a dragon bloodline of a higher level than Gufflin and Lancelot's? Was that why he was able to ignore the pressure from his bloodline like Yak? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Wu Yan immediately rejected it. Because he saw it. In Gawain's eyes, which were filled with warning, there was also a trace of fear and respect. It was clear that Gawain also respected Wu Yan's bloodline pressure. But he still gave Wu Yan a warning. This proved that even though Gawain was respectful, he still didn't want Wu Yan to get close to him. That was why Gawain didn't even give existences of a higher level a chance to get close to him. This was a dragon with quite a personality, and also a difficult one to deal with. Almost instantly, Wu Yan had such an impression of Gawain. However, this only aroused Wu Yan's competitive spirit. taming a holy dragon that clearly respected him but didn't want him to get close to him. It forcefully resisted his bloodline pressure, and even showed obvious hostility. This was a very unique holy dragon. Wasn't this very interesting? Moreover, he didn't want to harm him. He only wanted to see how he was doing and find out the reason why he was so weak. When the time came, Wu Yan wouldn't mind giving him a hand. With that in mind, Wu Yan ignored the warning in Gawain's eyes. With a smile, he continued to approach Gawain. Roar! At this moment, the warning, respect, and fear in Gawain's eyes all turned into pure hostility. Roar! Gawain's originally listless appearance instantly disappeared. He stood up abruptly and placed his four limbs on the ground. He raised his large dragon head and let out a warning roar at Wu Yan. The ferocious roar stirred up a dense shockwave that reverberated in all directions of Gawain's room. It caused the ceiling to tremble slightly and dust particles to fall down. From Gawain's roar, Wu Yan could sense his intentions. If you come any closer, I will attack. That was Gawain's intention. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed. With a smile on his face, he ignored Gawain's warning and finally stepped into Gawain's room. A fierce glint flashed across Gawain's dragon eyes. Whoosh! In the next moment, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air echoed throughout the room. A blurry black shadow that caused the atmosphere to tremble violently flew out and viciously whipped towards Wu Yan, who had just walked into the room. That was Gawain's tail. Bang! A muffled sound that sounded like a direct hit to the heart rang out. A cloud of smoke exploded in a corner of the room and rose into the air. Seeing that his attack seemed to be effective, Gawain exerted a bit of force and immediately tried to pull back his tail. However, an extremely strong force restricted his dragon tail and prevented him from pulling it back. Gawain's dragon eyes suddenly widened. He raised a dragon claw and forcefully smashed it towards the center of the rising cloud of smoke. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out. This time, Gawain's attack scattered the cloud of smoke in all directions, exposing the situation within to the air and allowing Gawain to clearly see his current situation. He saw that the dragon tail he had just wildly swung out was tightly grasped by a relatively thin and small hand. The force that restricted his dragon tail came from this small hand. The dragon claw he had just smashed down was lifted up high by another hand as if it was supporting the heavens and earth, blocking it. Gawain's dragon eyes trembled. His immature mind was momentarily stunned by this unrealistic scene. With one hand grabbing Gawain's dragon tail and the other raised to block Gawain's sharp front claw, Wu Yan raised his head and met Gawain's eyes. I've said it before, I have no ill intentions. I just wanted to check on your situation, roar. Gawain growled, his voice filled with intimidation. He didn't care about Wu Yan's kindness at all. Seeing this, Wu Yan furrowed his brows and said in confusion, I'm not even trying to ride you. Why are you so hostile? Roar. For a moment, a trace of hesitation appeared in Gawain's voice. However, it quickly became the same as before, filled with intimidation. It was as if he was condescending and saying, if you don't leave now, I won't be merciful anymore. Heh. Seeing Gawain growling at him, Wu Yan sneered. You're young, but your temper is quite big. Gawain was enraged when he heard this. Roar. A ferocious roar shook the atmosphere. Gawain opened his mouth wide and a light blue magic formation suddenly appeared in front of his dragon mouth. It carried a dense magic fluctuation as it slightly rotated. Wu Yan's expression froze. Inside the magic formation, a frightening amount of magic power stirred up a storm. Dragon breath that contained terrifying wind pressure and heat burst out like flames. It tore through space and went straight for Wu Yan without giving him a chance to explain himself. Seeing the dragon's breath rushing towards him, Wu Yan's expression turned cold. He suddenly tightened his grip on Gawain's dragon tail and claws, causing the veins on his hands to bulge. Then, Wu Yan fiercely pulled on the dragon tail and claws in his hands and lifted, roar. Gawain let out a roar that caught him off guard. That was because his 3-meter-tall body was lifted into the air by Wu Yan. Gawain's huge body was lifted into the air as if he was falling down. His mouth, which was spitting out dragon breath, was involuntarily facing upwards. The dragon breath that was shooting out was deflected as Gawain fell on his back. It shot upwards and landed on top of the dragon room with a bang. Ha! Lifting Gawain's huge body, Wu Yen roared and used all his strength to grab Gawain's dragon tail and claws. He lifted them high above his head and smashed them down with all his might. Boom! A muffled sound like a drum echoed in the dragon room, followed by Gawain's painful groan. Chapter 1335. Boom! Ugh! With a muffled sound, the floor of the dragon room cracked inch by inch. Gawain let out a pained whimper and lay on the ground. Layers of smoke and dust covered his body. Roar! Feeling the pain from all over his body, Gawain groaned from the bottom of his heart. Anger involuntarily rose in his heart. As a member of the dragon race, he was actually defeated by a human? Even if this human seemed to have a higher bloodline than him, was he so weak that he couldn't even compete with him in strength? How was that possible? Gawain climbed up from the ground with anger in his heart. However, as soon as he moved, he realized that something was wrong. On Gawain's chest, the person who had just put him down was standing there, looking down at him disdainfully. His wine-red eyes were filled with a sense of oppression that made Gawain's heart palpitate. I wasn't kidding when I said you had a bad temper. Standing on Gawain's chest, Wu Yen slowly raised the corners of his mouth. How is it? Have you calmed down? If you've calmed down, let's talk. With that, Wu Yen let his consciousness take root along his feet and enter Gawain's body. He attempted to connect with Gawain's consciousness as a rider and see if he could obtain any information from it. Gawain could clearly sense Wu Yan's consciousness spreading into his body. He realized that the other party wanted to ride him as a rider. Gawain's dragon eyes opened wide and he began to struggle wildly. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out, carrying a strong sense of unyielding will as it reverberated in the air of the dragon room. Gawain's consciousness fiercely rejected Wu Yan's consciousness, rejecting it and not allowing it to connect with his consciousness. At the same time, he began to struggle. Unfortunately, just as Gawain had the thought to struggle, Wu Yan, who was standing on his chest, suddenly stomped down with great force. Gawain was heavily trampled under his feet. Gawain was of the dragon race. Furthermore, he had the powerful physical strength of a sacred dragon. He was unable to resist. As if a heavy mountain was pressing down on his body, Gawain only felt that his body had become incomparably heavy. He couldn't even lift his body. His limbs could only move about randomly. He couldn't move his body even an inch, let alone get up. The consciousness with Wu Yan as the source was drilling into Gawain's consciousness. Once it succeeded, then Gawain would truly be ridden. Roar! Gawain raised his head and roared. Not only was his voice unyielding, but it was also louder than any of the previous roars. With a hum, a barrier-like magic array shot out from above Gawain's body and instantly expanded to the size of Gawain's body. A wave of magic power suddenly erupted from Gawain's body, rolling into a thin film that covered Gawain's entire body. Wu Yan, who was thinking of a way to merge his consciousness with Gawain's, immediately felt a strong repulsive force violently acting on his body. It was as if an invisible wall had suddenly slammed into him, violently slamming into his chest. Bang! Caught off guard by this repulsive force, Wu Yan's body felt as if it had been hit by an invisible hammer. His feet brushed past Gawain's chest, and he was sent flying backwards. Wu Yan forcefully planted his feet on Gawain's body to prevent him from flying into the air. He exerted a little force and stabilized his body as he retreated. He stopped dangerously on Gawain's body and didn't fly backwards. Roar! Gawain roared angrily. A wave of magic power erupted from his body again, thickening the thin film of magic power and increasing the repulsive force acting on Wu Yan. Wu Yan clenched his teeth. He forcibly endured the invisible impact from the film on Gawain's body while looking up at the magic array rippling above him. His expression became rather displeased. A reflective defensive spell? This was an advanced magic that could only be cast by dragons of the Holy Dragon clan. Although its defensive power wasn't as strong as a simple hexagon barrier, once it successfully blocked an attack from the outside, it would be able to reflect part of the attack. Presumably, Gawain was using Wu Yan's power to restrain him from getting up to rebound onto Wu Yan. That was why Wu Yan seemed to have been hit by an invisible attack and almost flew out of Gawain's body. Perhaps Gawain even saw Wu Yan's consciousness as an attack and reflected it back onto himself. Humph. Wu Yan snorted coldly. He exerted force with his feet and firmly planted himself on Gawain's body like the roots of an old tree. If you think that's enough to make me stop, then you're underestimating me too much. With that, Wu Yan ignored the repulsive force on his body. He closed his eyes and divided his attention into two parts. One focused on his feet, ignoring the rebounding force, and only focused on stabilizing himself on Gawain's body. The other focused on his own consciousness as a rider. Like water seeping into a rock, it flowed through the cracks in Gawain's rock and merged into Gawain's consciousness. Roar! Gawain's roar was tinged with fear. Originally, if a rider wanted to merge with a dragon's consciousness, the dragon had to open its heart to the rider and accept the merging of the rider's consciousness. Otherwise, even if the rider risked the great taboo of the dragon race to ride another dragon, he wouldn't be able to successfully control it. Yeshu had the talent of a genius dragon tamer, and could ride any dragon. This proved that the dragons he rode all opened their hearts to him and accepted the merging of his consciousness. As for the specific reason, Wu Yan didn't know. However, Wu Yan knew why he could ride all dragons. He used the pressure from his bloodline to make the dragons pay their respects and accept him of their own accord. However, if that was the case, the holy dragons that could more or less resist Wu Yan's pressure would also pay their respects. However, because of their resistance, they wouldn't easily accept Wu Yan's ride. For example, Givlin and Lancelot had to go through a lot of trouble before accepting Wu Yan's ride. Gawain didn't accept Wu Yan's offer to ride him. He also didn't open his heart to Wu Yan and accept Wu Yan's consciousness as a rider. However, the pressure from his bloodline made Gawain truly respect Wu Yan. Therefore, it gave Wu Yan an opportunity to take advantage of it. For example, dragons were extremely resistant to riders who weren't their master riding them. Therefore, when another rider rode them, their consciousness would condense into a rock, and the rider's consciousness wouldn't be able to merge with it. Gawain was the same. Because he rejected Wu Yan's consciousness, his consciousness also condensed into a rock. However, out of respect for Wu Yan, the stone had cracks that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. If a dragon didn't open its heart to its rider, the rider wouldn't be able to control the dragon. However, because of this crack in Gawain's consciousness, although Wu Yan didn't successfully merge with his consciousness and control Gawain, he obtained a part of Gawain's memories from the depths of his consciousness, just like Yaksu did when he controlled the corpse ash dragon. Thus, Wu Yan saw a scene of Gawain flying freely in the sky. Soaring in the sky, Gawain flew at an extremely terrifying speed, following an extremely strange trajectory. It was as if he was dancing. As Gawain flew, scattered light particles seemed to be released from his body. They followed Gawain's flight path and outlined streaks of flashing light in the sky. The crisscrossing streaks of light gradually increased in number, forming a diagram. It was a magic formation shaped like a star carving. The magic formation seemed to have been drawn directly in the air, following Gawain's flight and drawing streaks of light, gradually becoming complete. However, at this moment, a figure fell from Gawain's back. Gawain abruptly stopped his flying figure and turned his head around. However, the figure that fell from his back had already landed helplessly on the ground. Gawain could only watch in despair as the figure fell. In the sky, the magic formation that was almost complete exploded like fireworks, turning into starlight and gradually dissipating. Fortunately, the figure that fell from Gawain's back didn't suffer any major injuries, only some superficial wounds. However, since then, the figure had developed a fear of riding on Gawain's back. Afraid that the figure would insist on riding him under such circumstances, Gawain began to refuse. The scene was cut off. Chapter 1336. The memory fragments replayed clearly in his mind. Wu Yan lowered his head and looked at Gawain, who was still struggling at his feet. His expression changed slightly. In the end, he sighed and withdrew his consciousness from Gawain's body. Ugh! Gawain was startled when he sensed Wu Yan withdrawing his consciousness. He stopped struggling and raised his head, meeting Wu Yan's gaze. Heh. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. He shrugged and jumped down from Gawain's body, landing on the ground. Gawain came to his senses and hurriedly got up from the ground. He landed on all fours, wisps of magic flowing through his body. He stared at Wu Yan with vigilance and doubt. Gawain didn't understand. This mysterious existence seemed to have surpassed him in power. Why would he suddenly give up? As long as Gawain didn't open his heart to Wu Yan and accept Wu Yan's consciousness, Wu Yan wouldn't be able to control him. However, Gawain was well aware of his own situation. He couldn't beat him. If that was the case, there was no reason for him to give up. Even if he couldn't control him for the time being, who knew when he'd give in if he persisted? Of course, Gawain had made his own decision. He definitely wouldn't give in. Could it be that he gave up because he knew he wouldn't give in? Seeing the doubt in Gawain's eyes, Wu Yan sighed. He stretched out his hand. Gawain was slightly stunned. Gawain was stunned. You've had a hard time as well. Hearing this, Gawain was stunned once more, and then he fell silent. This sentence sounded a little strange, but Gawain unexpectedly understood it. Maybe this person already knows about my situation. Just as Gawain had guessed, Wu Yan had learned why Gawain had become so weak from the memory fragments in the depths of Gawain's consciousness. The reason why he'd stayed in the dragon house. Simply put, Gawain was refusing his master's ride. The reason was naturally related to the memory fragment from before. From that memory fragment, Wu Yan learned that Gawain's master seemed to be carrying Gawain through some kind of strange training. This exercise was the magic circle that Gawain had drawn in the sky in the memory fragment. Wu Yan didn't know what that magic array was. Gawain and his master were practicing something, but this practice seemed to require a terrifying flying speed and trajectory. Apart from the flying method that Lancelot had mastered to change the shape of magic power, that speed was undoubtedly the fastest flying speed that Wu Yan had ever seen. Not to mention the fact that it required an extremely fast flight speed. Gawain was also able to fly according to the flight trajectory in a posture and angle that was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Because of this, an accident happened. Gawain's master fell off Gawain's back. Although Gawain's master was lucky enough to only suffer some light injuries in that accident, Gawain's master was lucky enough to only suffer some minor injuries. However, falling from Gao Wenlong's back had left a psychological shadow on Gao Wenlong's master, and it had a great impact on his heart. So, ever since Gawain's master fell off Gawain's back, Gawain's master had always been afraid of Gawain. A horseman is afraid of riding his own par? Ignoring the impact that this would have on Gawain, it was obvious that a rider was afraid of his par. If he continued to ride Gawain, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. If he continued to ride Gawain while traumatized, the same thing would definitely happen again. The first time, he was lucky and only suffered some light injuries. What about the second time? The third time? If he continued to ride Gawain while in that state of mind, Gawain's master would sooner or later be seriously injured or even killed. Therefore, to protect his master, Gawain began to refuse his master and no longer allowed him to ride him. That was where the problem came from. Due to the virtuous dragon magic Abayan, dragons were able to contract with humans and obtain a slim chance of survival. However, this also caused dragons to be restricted in many aspects. After all, the contract between a dragon and a human was to recognize the contractor as the master and obtain a channel to replenish star essence to survive. If the dragon could wantonly disobey the orders of the contractor, then what was the point of the human contracting with the dragon? Therefore, after contracting with humans, dragons could no longer disobey their master's orders. If dragons disobeyed their master, then the star essence channel established by the star carvings would automatically be cut off. Dragons would no longer be able to replenish their star essence from their master. Therefore, ever since Gawain began to refuse his master's ride, the star essence channel between Gawain and his master was cut off. Gawain could no longer obtain star essence from his master. Star essence was a type of energy that life forms could not lack. It was precisely because dragons lost the ability to be self-sufficient that they needed to contract with humans to obtain a slim chance of survival. Without the supply of star essence, Gawain naturally grew weaker and weaker. When the remaining star essence in his body was completely used up, Gawain would only have one path left to take. Die. Stroking the fur on Gawain's neck, Wu Yen sighed. I didn't expect you to be such a good person with such a bad temper. No, a good dragon. Gawain snorted and turned his head away, making Wu Yen laugh inwardly. This bad-tempered dragon actually knows how to feel shy. I roughly understand your reason. Wu Yen pursed his lips. But if you're so weak, why are you still resisting my will? Am I not qualified to ride you? Roar. Roar. Gawain raised his head proudly and let out a soft roar. Wu Yen did not understand Gawain's language, but judging from Gawain's proud appearance, Wu Yen could roughly guess what he was trying to say. Apart from your master, no one else can ride on your back? Wu Yen narrowed his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. His hand on Gawain's neck changed from caressing to strangling, slowly tightening his grip. You really are arrogant, roar. Gawain let out a painful roar, his dragon head began to shake. Unfortunately, in terms of physical strength, even a holy dragon like him could not compare to Wu Yen, a true ancestor who had been baptized by the magical pond water. Struggling would only increase his pain. Gawain immediately looked at Wu Yen, begging for mercy. You should have done this from the start. Wu Yen smiled in satisfaction. He loosened his grip on Gawain's neck. He hesitated for a bit before continuing. He hesitated for a moment, then said softly, but you should know that if this continues, only death will await you. Gawain lowered his head, but he quickly raised it again. His purple eyes without pupils were filled with determination, silently expressing his choice. For the sake of his master's safety, he would not regret it even if he used up all his star essence and died. You're just a young dragon, but you have such willpower. Wu Yen couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Why don't you have a good talk with your master? That way, you should be able to solve the problem better, right? Gawain said nothing. Gawain remained silent. He only shook his huge dragon head, seemingly a little sad. All right, this is between you and your master. It's not my place to interfere. Wu Yen patted Gawain's neck and walked up to him, meeting his purple eyes. However, since I've encountered such a situation, I can't just watch you die without doing anything. With that, Wu Yen reached out his hands, placed them between Gawain's dragon heads, and closed his eyes. To be honest, Wu Yen couldn't do anything about Gawain's condition. After all, Gawain wasn't sick or injured. The only reason he was so weak was because he couldn't replenish the star essence in his body, losing the energy needed to sustain his life. Thus, even if Wu Yen had the vast knowledge from the 103,000 demon books and the ability of the angel's holiness, he couldn't do anything. Fortunately, it wasn't completely impossible. Under Gawain's confused gaze, Wu Yen suddenly undid all the seals on his body. His overwhelming magic, superpowers, and other abilities all returned to his body in an instant. The next moment, specks of starlight appeared around Wu Yen. Surprisingly, it was a star essence. Gawain's eyes widened. This can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause, but it should be able to prolong your life. Wu Yen looked straight at Gawain. That's all I can do. Gawain immediately looked gratefully at Wu Yen, closed his eyes, and absorbed the star essence around him. Chapter 1337. Ever since then, Sylvia's training ground had been fixed at the empty space in front of the seventh dragon's hut. While Wu Yen was helping Sylvia with her training, he would also enter the dragon's hut every day and remove the seal on his body for a limited time. He used his body's constitution, which had become extremely attractive to star essences after the star essences went berserk when he first arrived in this world, to supply star essences to Gawain. Of course, this method could only treat the symptoms and not the root of the problem. The star essences that Gawain needed to survive weren't something that could be supplied by the star essences in the air that had been attracted by Wu Yen. Wu Yen was only doing this to prolong Gawain's life. But if he didn't do anything, Gawain's life would only last for 1 or 2 months at most. With Wu Yan's help, Gawain might be able to live for another 1 or 2 years. So, it was better than doing nothing. Apart from that, Wu Yan would also make some special dishes every day to maintain Gawain's life as much as possible. After all, in this world, all life forms needed star essence in their bodies to survive. The food that humans and dragons ate, such as meat and vegetables, were all originally living beings, so there was more or less star essence in their bodies. Wu Yan purposely chose some food that contained a lot of star essences. He made them into dishes to provide Gawain with his daily meals. This way, Gawain's life would be slightly prolonged. However, this could only treat the symptoms and not the root of the problem. Looking at Gawain, who lay motionless in the dragon's hut every day and would only move when he came, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If this continued, Gawain would eventually meet his end. Should I take some action? To tell the truth, Wu Yan can't just watch this holy dragon die like this. It has a temper, it has a personality, and it's also very close to him. But Gawain didn't seem to want Wu Yan to meddle in his affairs. Wu Yan could only continue to give Gawain more star essence every day and provide him with food with a high star essence content. As for what he would do in the future, he could only take the next step. Let's take this step. Just like that, 3 days slowly passed, dusk began to replace the azure blue sky, and night was about to fall. When the sky brightened again, it would be the start of the imperial competition. Similarly, it was also the day of the duel between Wu Yan, Sylvia, and Lorea's holy dragon knights. Sylvia was panting heavily on Lancelot's back in front of the 7th dragon's hut. Her icy blue eyes rippled with fatigue, but at the same time, there was uncontrollable joy. He took a closer look. In the empty space in front of Sylvia and Lancelot, there was a path that looked as if it had been forcefully crushed by something. A huge ravine that was 4 to 5 meters wide was extending into the distance, and there was no end in sight. Looking at this terrifying ravine, Corset's eyes were filled with shock. Wu Yan looked at Sylvia and Lancelot with a smile on his face. Looks like we made it in time. Sylvia nodded her head hard. She looked at the huge ravine that continued to extend forward with Lancelot as the source. She tightened her grip on the reins, and her eyes shone with a light that was completely different from her weak self from 3 days ago. There was even a hint of confidence in her eyes. With Lancelot's flying speed and this, I might really be able to win. I've already given you the conditions for victory. Wu Yan didn't deny Sylvia's words and shrugged. But that doesn't mean you'll definitely win. In the end, whether you can win or not will still depend on yourself. I understand. You've already helped me enough. Sylvia's expression turned solemn. She flipped over and got off Lancelot's back. She walked in front of Wu Yan, took a deep breath, and then bowed deeply. Thank you, Roland. You brat. Wu Yan didn't avoid Sylvia, who gave him the most formal greeting. Instead, he accepted it with a helpless expression on his face. You're the 4th princess, and I'm only a guard. If others see you like this, it won't do you any good. This has nothing to do with identity. Sylvia's face was full of seriousness, and her tone was also very solemn. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even have the qualifications to struggle a little in the hands of my royal sister. Moreover, you've given me the opportunity and capital to control my own fate. Your kindness is not something that can be repaid with just a simple gratitude. You don't have to take it to heart. I simply can't stand Veronica's actions and your depressed appearance. Wu Yan first glanced at Sylvia, then at Corset. He couldn't help but touch his cheek and a smile hung on his face. Furthermore, it's not like I don't have any benefits. Seeing Wu Yan touch his cheek with a meaningful expression, Corset's charming face revealed a reproachful expression, causing Sylvia to be somewhat puzzled. Benefits? What do you mean? Well, don't mind it. Wu Yan shrugged, then walked in front of Lancelot and patted its neck. You have to work harder tomorrow. I've spent a lot of effort on you, so don't embarrass me, roar. Lancelot growled, its head held high, as if to say, that's impossible. Wu Yan, Sylvia, and Corset couldn't help but laugh. Then, Roland, what about you? After laughing, Sylvia looked at Wu Yan and hesitated for a moment. I haven't seen you do anything in the past 3 days, don't you need to prepare? What do I need to prepare? Wu Yan was rather annoyed. Do you want me to undergo special training like you? It's impossible for me to improve even a little bit in 3 days. Then you should at least consider some countermeasures. Sylvia shuddered. Royal sister isn't a kind-hearted person. You've already exposed your strength in your battle with Sir Gulian 3 days ago. Royal sister will definitely make some difficult decisions for you because of that. You have to be careful, with that person's bad taste, it's not impossible. Despite saying that, Wu Yan didn't seem to care about it at all. However, I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward? Sylvia and Corset looked at each other in confusion. Confusion was written all over their faces. What kind of opponent will Veronica arrange for me? Wu Yan's eyes flashed with shrewdness, the corner of his mouth raised. She should know that ordinary Saint Sky Dragon Knights are no match for me, so I'm looking forward to what kind of person she will send to be my opponent. Sylvia and Corset looked at each other. It was as Wu Yan said, an ordinary Saint Dragon Knight was no match for him. Wu Yan didn't even have a Saint Knight's armor, yet he was able to fight Gulian to a standstill. Under these circumstances, Wu Yan didn't even need to send Fall out. He just needed to ride Gufflin and the two of them together would be enough to give Gulian a run for his money. Why was he only able to fight? The Saint Knight's armor was a piece of magical equipment created by Boer. The armor's magical power came from the same source as Boer's. When riding Boer, the Saint Dragon Knight could infuse the armor's magical power back into Boer's body to increase Boer's power. Just like Lebeka when fighting the Corpse Grey Dragon, Guffrin could completely suppress the Corpse Grey Dragon by fusing the armor's magical power with Guffrin's. Therefore, even if Wu Yan and Gulian were evenly matched, once Boer was added, Wu Yan would be slightly weaker than Gulian. But that was only if he was riding someone else's Fall. Sylvia and Corset didn't forget that Wu Yan also had his own Boer, a Dragon Knight. He might even be a Saint Heavenly Dragon Knight. If Wu Yan summoned his Boer would be slightly stronger than Guffrin and equipped with the Saint Knight's armor. Gulian would be no match for him. Sylvia and Corset couldn't help but look forward to it. They looked forward to tomorrow. Chapter 1338. The next day, early in the morning, the light blue sky hung high on the edge of the sky. There were no clouds in the clear blue sky for thousands of miles. The sunlight poured down like flowing water, but it didn't seem blazing. Instead, it made the people who were illuminated feel a touch of warmth and joy in their hearts. Today, the weather was beautiful, making the imperial competition that was supposed to come unprecedentedly enthusiastic. Oh, 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 the cheers that resounded through the sky kept echoing in the arena of the Ansari State's Dragon Riding Academy. It turned into an echo that kept going on and on. The audience seats in the arena had long been filled by the students, instructors, teachers of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy and the citizens of Ansari City. Even the standing seats were full of people, squeezing the audience seats of the entire arena until not even a drop of water could trickle through. As far as the eye could see, it was full of black heads. At the front of the arena, on the top of a wall, there were special seats specially prepared for the nobles who came to watch the imperial competition. Veronica sat on the only chair in the special seats and looked down. Her hawk-like sharp eyes swept across the arena below. On her mouth, a faint arc hung on Veronica's face. Obviously, Veronica was also looking forward to today's arrival. Of course, what Veronica was looking forward to was not this performance like the imperial competition, but the duel after the competition. Or rather, today. 90% of the spectators who came to the arena of the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy were here for the duel after the imperial tournament. For the citizens of the Knights, the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights were the most glorious group. Naturally, as long as they were citizens of the Knights, there was no one who didn't have a vision for the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights. Now, the Academy's latecomer, who could be said to be the most famous dragon riding genius in the first grade of the advanced course and the fourth princess of the Knights country, would duel with the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights. Who didn't want to see it? So, Today's imperial competition had instead become an entertainment. The duel after the competition was the theme that people were looking forward to. On the VIP seats, the captain of the guards, Gulian, who was equipped with the Holy Knight's armor all the time so that he could unleash his strongest combat power when he was protecting Veronica, stood beside her like a shadow. By the side, the rest of Veronica's personal guards also took Veronica as the center. They surrounded Veronica in the middle. Veronica, who was known as the iron-blooded Valkyrie, had many achievements, but she had made too many enemies, especially in such a public place. If someone wanted to kill Veronica, it was not impossible for them to sneak in among the audience and find an opportunity to kill her in one blow. Therefore, Gulian and the personal guards were already on high alert. They only hoped to be able to react in time if something happened. Other than Veronica, Gulian, and the personal guards, Wu Yan, Sylvia, Yashur, and Yak were also present. However, all four of them had different reactions. Wu Yan's expression was calm as he stood there casually, as if he didn't care about today's duel at all. Sylvia's body was tense, and her face was solemn. However, if one looked closely, they would see that her forehead was dripping with sweat. She was clearly nervous. Yak was similar to Wu Yan. She didn't care about today's competition and duel at all. She put on a haughty appearance. Yashur, on the other hand, stood there with a tired expression. His shoulders were slumped as if he had just experienced some extremely exhausting exercise and could collapse at any time. As for Rebecca, she was in the arena below, riding Guffrin. She was participating in this competition as a contestant. It was also because of the presence of the super popular Rebecca that the audience didn't ignore the imperial competition. Below, the competition was in progress. Rebecca and Guffrin were slaughtering their opponents, becoming the most beautiful scene in the arena. The audience cheered continuously, and their emotions were high. The atmosphere was very lively. However, this kind of atmosphere didn't raise Yashur's spirits at all. He still slumped his shoulders and stood there like a walking corpse, sighing in despair. Hearing Yashur's continuous sighs, Wu Yan, who was closest to him, couldn't help but feel annoyed. He looked at Yashur with a gaze full of annoyance. I thought I would be the least motivated person today. Now I know I was wrong. Yashur, I suddenly want to hit you. I want to too. Yak immediately supported him and pointed at Yashur's nose with a grimace. Can you still be considered a noble and holy subordinate of the dragon race? You're a disgrace to me, your master. So what if I'm a disgrace? However, when he heard Wu Yan and Yak's sarcasm, Yashur still looked as if his heart had given up. His back was dark. Try it yourselves. If you're dragged by someone else to train for 3 consecutive days, you'll end up like this too. After saying that, Yashur turned his resentful gaze to the expressionless Gulian. Obviously, the someone else he was talking about was Gulian. That's why I said you're a disgrace. So disgraceful. Yak roared as if she was exasperated at Yashur's failure to live up to her expectations. You clearly have the Holy Knight armor that I forged for you. You actually lost to a small personal guard. You're really useless. What small personal guard? He's the captain of the personal guard. He's an authentic, holy sky dragon knight. Yashur went crazy when he heard Yak's words. And the Holy Knight armor that you forged was not only pieced together, it also has a time limit. How could you possibly win against that guy with facial paralysis? Ha! Yak widened her eyes and grabbed Yashur's neck. She exerted a lot of strength. You're just a guard dog. It's already a great honor to be able to obtain the Holy Knight armor that I benevolently forged for you. You actually dare to look down on it? I didn't. I didn't look down on it. Yashur struggled in pain. However, compared to Yak, who was a dragon, it was undoubtedly a foolish thing to do. Not long after, Yashur's eyes rolled back and he fell limply to the ground. Some kind of white cloud-like substance floated out of his mouth. He looked like he was about to ascend to the heavens. Looking at the 2 clowns fooling around, Wu Yan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Veronica smiled faintly at him. Look at you. You don't seem to be worried about the duel at all. Can I take it that you're looking down on my Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights? Hearing Veronica's words, everyone turned their attention to Wu Yan. However, what they saw was Wu Yan's soft smile. Then, what should I do to show that I'm not looking down on Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights? Veronica snorted. If you're too careless, be careful. You'll fall hard later. Actually, it's been a long time since I fell into someone else's hands. Wu Yan showed a provocative smile. So, if it's possible, please allow me to look forward to it, oh? Veronica took a deep look at Wu Yan and smiled meaningfully. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Sylvia, who has been nervous all this while, couldn't help but admire Wu Yan when she saw Wu Yan and Veronica going at each other's throats. Wu Yan was probably the only person in the entire Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights who could speak to the ruthless Valkyrie in such a manner. At the same time, Sylvia felt a deep sense of disappointment. As expected, his royal sister was only interested in the other duel, and did not have any expectations for him. While Sylvia was having such complicated thoughts, the competition in front of the stage came to an end. In the end, Rebecca's team obtained a complete victory, and the battle ended. It wasn't until the referee announced the victory that the audience erupted into cheers. Not only were these cheers celebrating their idol, Rebecca, they were also cheering for the main event that was about to unfold, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Veronica opened her eyes abruptly after all the contestants had left the arena. She stood up with a swish, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. In the next moment, a loud and clear voice resounded throughout the entire place. Today, 2 students from the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy will challenge the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights. Hearing this, the entire place fell into a state of absolute silence. Wu Yan and Sylvia both flinched for a bit before gnashing their teeth in anger. It was clearly a duel, but when Veronica said it, it became a challenge. Come to think of it, the audience must be laughing at Wu Yan and Sylvia for overestimating themselves. This despicable guy. Chapter 1339. As the most famous and strongest knight order, the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights were all the top elites of the knighthood. They were also the most powerful military force of the knighthood. The knighthood of Lorimon was only a small country. Compared to a suzerain like the Shepron Kingdom and the Sephiroth Empire that persisted in the Shepron Kingdom, the difference was not just a little bit. However, even so, no force in the Eruxtran continent would underestimate the knighthood of Lorimon. This was not only because the knighthood of Lorimon was the dragon-raising country and was protected by the Dragon Clan. They could use the power of the Dragon Clan and their strength could not be underestimated. The biggest reason was because of the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights. The power of the Dragon Clan was not something that could be resisted by humans, and the knighthood was the only country that could contract with the Dragon Clan. Under such circumstances, a knight order that gathered the most elite, Holy Dragon Knights and Dragon Knights, even if they could not run amok in the Eruxtran continent, they would definitely not be afraid of any force. For example, in the war between the Shepron Kingdom and the Sephiroth Empire 50 years ago, it was because of the participation of the knighthood of Lorimon that the Shepron Kingdom was able to contend against the Sephiroth Empire. Otherwise, facing the Sephiroth Empire that had developed mechanical engineering and even developed guns, even if the Shepron Kingdom was not destroyed, it was inevitable that they would be defeated. So, no one dared to underestimate the knighthood that was favored by the Dragon Clan, and no one dared to underestimate the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights that gathered the strongest, Holy Dragon Knights and Dragon Knights. Therefore, the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights were the target of all the citizens of the knighthood. Now, 2 first-year students who had not graduated from the Dragon Raising Academy actually wanted to challenge such the strongest knight order? Wasn't that the same as a student in a military police school wanting to challenge the elites of the strongest army, or a child wanting to challenge an adult? Therefore, the entire arena fell silent, and the spectators looked at each other in dismay. They were indeed here for the duel between Wu Yan, Sylvia, and the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights. However, they did not know the reason for these 2 duels. Originally, the citizens of Ansari City and the students, teachers, and instructors of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy all thought that This was Veronica's way of showcasing the power of Loriaman's Holy Dragon Knights. To encourage the citizens of Ansari who had just been attacked and to give them a sense of security, these 2 duels were planned. Who knew? In the end, it was actually a challenge, just like what Wu Yan and Sylvia thought. Everyone present had the same thought. That would be overestimating his capabilities. Veronica continued to speak with a natural expression. First up is the first year of the advanced course class, Sylvia Green. Lorleman. Oh, although the audience was a little surprised by what had happened, it didn't stop them from looking forward to the duel. Almost at the same time, Veronica's voice fell. In the arena, passionate cheers of support resounded. Veronica sat back down and glanced at Sylvia. Sylvia, go on stage. She didn't have the attitude an elder sister should have towards her younger sister. Her words were like an order, causing Sylvia's body to slightly stiffen and the nervousness in her heart to surge out. It wasn't like Sylvia had never appeared in front of so many people before. She was already used to it and shouldn't be nervous. However, when she thought about how her demon sister was also looking at her and how she had to show her strength to her sister, Sylvia couldn't help but feel nervous. Seeing Sylvia's body stiffen and not even taking a step forward, Veronica coldly snorted, causing Sylvia to tremble. She clenched her teeth and lifted her heavy steps and walked towards the arena. Seeing Sylvia was about to step out of the VIP seats, Wu Yan closed his eyes and helplessly smiled. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Wu Yan suddenly raised his hand and unceremoniously slapped Sylvia's delicate butt. Pa! When the crisp sound of the slap sounded, the originally noisy surroundings suddenly became quiet. Then, Yashu was stunned. Yak was stunned. Veronica was stunned. Everyone in the surrounding area was stunned. It's not just the others, even Sylvia, who was about to step down, froze up in an instant. She had a blank look on her face. Obviously, she was also struck dumb by Wu Yan's slap. Following that, her little face turned red from her neck all the way to her ears. Facing Sylvia's face that was so red that it was about to explode, Wu Yan nonchalantly retracted his hand and sighed. Not bad, quite soft, poof. Light smoke began to rise from Sylvia's head. The 4th princess of Lorraine's knighthood was actually slapped in the butt in front of so many people and was even taken liberties with. How could the prim and proper Sylvia not be ashamed and angry to the point of wanting to die? It's not over yet. Wu Yan licked his lips and revealed a rather sinister smile. If you lose later, then it won't be something that can be solved with a slap on the butt. You. Sylvia's entire face was so red that it looked like water was about to drip out. She looked at Wu Yan with eyes full of shame and anger. In the end, unable to withstand Wu Yan's teasing gaze, Sylvia escaped by summoning Lancelot and jumped into the arena. Looking at Sylvia, who jumped into the arena like she was fleeing for her life and landed on Lancelot's back, Wu Yan's expression didn't change at all, even though he endured the sharp gazes from the crowd. You're really something. Veronica was the only one who spoke in admiration. After being slapped by you, all of Sylvia's nervousness disappeared. Now, she should be able to display her full strength. Hearing this, Yashu, Yak and the others were slightly startled and finally understood. No wonder Wu Yan dared to slap the 4th princesses but in front of the royal family. So he had this plan in mind. Seeing Sylvia riding on Lancelot's back with a blood-red face but no trace of nervousness, whether it was Yashu who was Wu Yan's friend or Gul Yan who didn't get along with Wu Yan, they all felt admiration for him. Because of this, no one noticed that Veronica's gaze towards Wu Yan contained traces of displeasure and envy. On the other side, Sylvia, who was filled with shame and indignation, welcomed her opponent. A roar that could suppress the cheers of the audience suddenly shook the arena. In a corner below the arena, a black shadow suddenly shot out and soared into the sky. It hovered in the air for a while before slowly descending and imprinting itself into everyone's eyes. It was a holy dragon that wasn't as big as Guffrin but was still a size larger than Lancelot. It was obvious that it was an adult holy dragon. On the holy dragon's back, a young man with a knight's sword sat there. He looked down and stared at Sylvia. Your Highness Sylvia, please forgive me for not being able to dismount from my mount. Please allow me to salute you. The young man lowered his head and saluted her. I'm a member of the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights. Walter Turner. Walter? Walter Turner? Sylvia's expression changed immediately. Walter? Walter Turner? In the VIP seats, Wu Yen frowned when he heard the name of Sylvia's opponent, the Dragon Knight, and the slight change in Sylvia's expression. He looked at Veronica, who had a smug smile on her face. This Walter Turner? Walter Turner is very famous? The smile on Veronica's face froze. Even Gu Lian couldn't help but glance at Wu Yen as if he was looking at an ignorant country bumpkin. Wu Yen turned around and looked at Yashu. Yashu, who is he? However, Yashu was also confused. I don't know either, you guys. You guys don't even know the current situation of the strongest Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights in the Knighthood Kingdom? Veronica touched her forehead speechlessly. It was the first time she was upset. Walter Turner? He graduated with the first place in the Ansari Dragon Academy. He's an elite who was qualified to join the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights. You guys are from the Ansari Dragon Academy and you guys don't know about him? Yashu looked awkward while Wu Yen narrowed his eyes. Elite? How elite is he? Veronica smirked. He's ranked in the top 10 among all the Dragon Knights in the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights. Chapter 1340. Top 10. This time, Yashu's expression changed. Top 10 among all the Dragon Knights in Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights? What does that mean? This meant that even among all the Dragon Knights in the world, this Dragon Knight named Wall could at least be ranked in the top 20. Top 20 Dragon Knights in the world? Yashu shuddered and looked at Veronica angrily. Your Highness Veronica, don't you think that this is too much? Too much? Veronica glanced at Yashu. How is it too much? How is it too much? Yashu was so angry that he laughed. Her Highness is just a first-year student who hasn't graduated yet. Don't you think it's too much to ask her to fight such a strong opponent? Is this what you mean by too much? Veronica laughed. She laughed mockingly. Do you know how strong Gu Lian was when he was in the first year of the advanced class? Gu Lian? Yashu looked at Gu Lian in disbelief. When Gu Lian was in the first year of the advanced class, he defeated the top 5 Dragon Knights in Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights as a Dragon Knight. Veronica said coldly. As for Rebecca, she became a Saint Sky Dragon Knight when she was in her first year in the advanced course class. His gaze, which was as sharp as a blade, swept towards Sylvia, who was in the middle of the field. Veronica said coldly. As a member of the royal family of knights, I don't expect Sylvia to reach Rebecca's level, nor do I expect her to reach Jerlian's level. However, if she can't even defeat one of the top 10 Dragon Knights in Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights, I will only treat it as a joke if she wants to become a Holy Dragon Knight. You! Yashu was furious and rushed forward. Gu Lian suddenly turned his head and looked at Yashu with killing intent in his eyes, causing him to freeze on the spot. He didn't dare to say anything. After all, offending the princess is a serious crime. Veronica turned her head noncommittally. She was about to look at the field, but she glanced at Wu Yen from the corner of her eyes. So. Wu Yen looked at the field with a faint smile. Veronica looked at him. Veronica narrowed her sharp eyes. You seem to have a lot of confidence in Sylvia. Wu Yen raised an eyebrow and he looked at Veronica with an amused expression. In other words, you don't have confidence in Sylvia? Veronica was speechless. She couldn't answer for a moment. Ma. Wu Yen crossed his arms in front of his chest. He looked at the stage with an amused expression. Open your eyes and take a look at the performance of my temporary student. Veronica lowered her head thoughtfully, fell into deep thought, and murmured. A student taught at the last minute. Different from Wu Yen and Yashu who didn't know anything, Sylvia knew what kind of experience her opponent had and what kind of strength he had. Thus, Sylvia's expression instantly turned serious. Duel with the top 10 Dragon Knights of Lorieman and the top 20 Dragon Knights in the world and win? Perhaps, in the past, this would be an impossible task. But now, thinking back to the past 3 days of special training, Sylvia smiled and the battle intent in her heart surged. Roar! Sensing the battle intent in Sylvia's heart, Lancelot raised his head and roared, causing Sylvia to laugh. Sylvia? Lorieman, first year of the advanced class. Sylvia raised her head and looked at Wall. Her eyes shone brightly as she made such an introduction. Please enlighten me. Looking at Sylvia's eyes that were full of fighting spirit, Wall's originally relaxed mood suddenly sank. In the VIP seats, Veronica, Gulian, and the others were also surprised to see Sylvia like this. The entire audience erupted into loud cheers of support. I won't go easy on you, Wall solemnly declared. His intuition told him that if he didn't get serious, he would lose miserably. In the VIP seats, Veronica seemed to have the same feeling. Finally, a look of anticipation appeared in her eyes. A smile appeared on her emotionless face as she waved her arm. Begin. Oh 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 oh. The audience went wild. Hein! Wall shouted sternly, and his eyes became sharp. The divine dragon named Hein let out a roar and soared into the sky. When it arrived above the arena, it unfurled its body, and a magic array with a geometric pattern appeared around it. At the same time, an airflow of mana surged out of the magic array. Sylvia's expression froze. In the next instant, the magic array above them suddenly exploded. Magical fireballs the size of a human head rained down like falling meteors. Lancelot. Looking at the falling fireballs, Sylvia clamped onto the dragon's back. The will of a rider clearly transmitted Sylvia's thoughts to Lancelot. Sensing Sylvia's will, Lancelot fiercely flapped his wings and retreated out of the range of the falling fireballs. Too naive. Wall sneered. The magic fireballs suddenly changed their trajectory just as they were about to hit the ground. With a loud whistling sound, they shot towards Sylvia from all directions like missiles. What? It seemed that even Sylvia didn't expect the magic fireballs to change their direction. By the time she reacted, the fireballs had covered her in all directions and there was no place to dodge. Lancelot. At that moment, Sylvia hurriedly pulled on the reins in her hand, and hexagonal defensive magical arrays suddenly appeared around Lancelot's body, protecting Sylvia and Lancelot like a sturdy wall. The fireballs immediately fell and bombarded the hexagonal defensive magic formation. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, intense flames covered Sylvia and Lancelot. Smoke and dust obscured the audience's vision and explosions sounded one after another. Roar. Although Lancelot's defensive magic array had blocked all of the fireballs, none of them had dealt any direct damage to him. However, despite being in the center of the explosion, Lancelot was still affected by the shockwaves. As if he had been struck by something, he was sent flying. Ah! Lancelot flew back and Sylvia, who was sitting on the dragon's back, almost lost her balance and fell off the dragon's back. Whether it was a dragon breeder who had yet to mature into a holy dragon, a dragon knight who had a holy dragon, or a dragon knight who had a holy knight armor, there was a basic rule in this type of formal duel. Once one fell off the dragon's back, one would lose. Therefore, the rider couldn't let go of the reins no matter what. Sylvia could only hold on tightly to the reins in her hands and try her best to endure the impact. She barely stabilized herself and stayed on Lancelot's back. As soon as they met, Sylvia almost fell off the dragon's back and lost. This caused an uproar among the audience, and it also made Veronica, who was sitting in the VIP seats, feel disappointed. However, this didn't affect Wall's mood. Hein! A cold and emotionless yell sounded and didn't give Sylvia any time to breathe. Holy Dragon Hein roared again and activated the geometric magic formation. The second wave of magic fireballs fell like a hot knife through butter and lit up the entire sky red. Sylvia was shocked and hurriedly pulled on the reins in her hands. Lancelot began to fly rapidly according to Sylvia's instructions, as if he was fleeing. He dodged the magical fireballs shooting at him and flew into the sky. Unfortunately, the magic fireball could change its trajectory and attack according to Wall and Hind's will. It flashed with hot flames and dragged a fiery tail behind it. In the sharp sound of the explosion, it rubbed against the atmosphere and mercilessly chased after Lancelot and shot towards Sylvia. At that moment, Sylvia and Lancelot could only miserably dodge the mana fireballs shooting towards them. They were like headless flies, blindly fleeing in the arena. Seeing this, Veronica's face was as gloomy as ice. In the end, is this all you've got? No one knew if Sylvia heard Veronica's voice, but she raised her head and looked at the VIP seats. However, Sylvia wasn't looking at Veronica. She was looking at Wu Yen with a calm face and a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Veronica and the others who saw Sylvia's reaction were stunned and looked at Wu Yen. With a single glance, they saw, Wu Yen nodded at Sylvia. Then, Sylvia smiled. Chapter 1341. Sylvia, who was sitting on the Lancelot dragon's back, smiled amidst the magical fireballs that filled the sky. Her smile stunned everyone on the spot. Sylvia's expression suddenly froze as she cried out in a delicate voice. Fly! Lancelot! Roar! Lancelot, who was fleeing in a sorry state, suddenly raised his head, and a bloody light that caused one's heart to palpitate flashed through his eyes. He opened his mouth and let out a ferocious roar that resounded through the entire area, and it turned into an echoing echo. A violent magic power suddenly surged from Lancelot's body, instantly covering his entire body. It turned into a layer of film invisible to the naked eye and condensed into a rather peculiar shape. It had a sharp front and a rounded back. It was the shape of a bullet. Then, Lancelot disappeared. Yes. He disappeared. Under the watchful eyes of no less than 1,000 people at the scene, he disappeared without any warning. Then, in the next second, an ear-piercing sound reverberated throughout the entire arena. A meteor-like stream of light erupted from the magic power fireballs and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was above Wall and Hein. That was Sylvia, who was riding on Lancelot. Wall's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. In the special seats, Veronica suddenly stood up from her seat. Her eagle-like sharp eyes were filled with disbelief. Yeshu, Yak, and Gulien widened their eyes. Their expressions changed rapidly. What kind of speed was that? While everyone present was astonished by Lancelot's speed, Sylvia's face was filled with determination as she swung the reins in her hand. Roar! Along with Lancelot's roar, the magic power belonging to the dragon race abruptly exploded from Lancelot's body, which wasn't considered large compared to Hein's. The heat wave-like magic power surrounded Lancelot and condensed in front of him. Finally, it condensed into an ice-blue geometric pattern. That was a magic circle that spat out dragon breath attacks. The surging magic fluctuations acted on this space and spread out like ripples, awakening Wall, who was still immersed in Lancelot's terrifying speed. He realized that he was exposing his back to his opponent. Wall finally reacted. He hurriedly rode on Hein and spread out a hexagonal defensive magic shield. Go! Almost at the same time, Sylvia's resolute shout resounded throughout the entire arena. In the sky, a fiery magic power stream descended from the sky. It was like a waterfall crashing down. His eyes fell on Wall and Hein without any explanation. Bang! The violent shockwaves bombarded the hexagon defensive magic barrier without any reason. Smoke, fire, and wind instantly swept through the arena. It enveloped Wall and Hein. It also enveloped Sylvia and Lancelot. It was the same. It also enveloped the entire arena. In a short moment, the entire arena was covered in thick smoke. Traces of fire and magic power radiance spread in the smoke and dust, causing the atmosphere to tremble. And from the time Sylvia and Lancelot fled pathetically to the time they burst forth with terrifying speed and counterattack, filling the entire arena with smoke and flames, only a short 2 to 3 seconds had passed. The situation was completely reversed. Every spectator widened their eyes, trying to see through the smoke and dust. They all wanted to know if the fourth princess of the Lorimon Night King's family, who had obtained Fall, became a dragon breeder, and was promoted to a dragon knight, could defeat one of the top 10 dragon knights of Lorimon Night King's Holy Dragon Knights when she was still a student? If she could, then in the future, the name Sylvia would not only represent the princess of the royal family, but also the supreme glory and glory. Just now, that speed. Looking at the rapidly changing situation in the arena, Yashu murmured as if he was in a dream. It seems similar to the speed that Lancelot showed when Roan fought the corpse grey dragon. Roan? Veronica snapped back to reality and turned to look at Wu Yen. Her sharp eyes flashed brightly. Lancelot's unique speed. Is it because of you? Half and half. Wu Yen did not admit nor refute. His eyes were fixed on the arena as he answered without turning his head. I only gave you the method to use it. As for whether you can use it or not, it's up to Sylvia herself. Although it had only been 3 days and the process was extremely dismal, Sylvia had indeed successfully overcome the centrifugal force and discomfort brought about by Lancelot's terrifying speed. She was finally able to stay on Lancelot's back normally and control him as she pleased. However, the centrifugal force and influence brought about by Lancelot's special flying method was not something a human body could withstand. Sylvia might have gotten used to it, but she would still be affected if she sat on Lancelot's back for too long. After all, a proper ride did not allow such a despicable method as tying a rope to a dragon's back. Sylvia could only rely on her own efforts to hold onto the reins, balance herself, and withstand the impact of the air pressure so as not to be thrown off by Lancelot. It was just like a bullfight. It was very exhausting. Once her strength was exhausted, Sylvia would no longer be able to withstand the air pressure and centrifugal force to hold the reins. She could only fall off the dragon's back. Not to mention, in addition to this, staying in Lancelot's body as a mortal body would also have a mental and physical impact. Due to the undulating blood flow caused by extreme speed, fatigue of the 5 senses, and other effects, Sylvia would be slightly injured. It was even possible for her to faint. Therefore, Sylvia could only stay on Lancelot's back for about 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, Sylvia's body would begin to be affected. She would feel dizzy, her consciousness would become blurry, her breathing would become difficult, and her strength would be almost exhausted. She could basically admit defeat. That was why Sylvia still had time to look at Wu Yen while being attacked by magic fireballs. She wanted to get Wu Yen to agree to her using Lancelot's special flying method. 10 minutes. Sylvia had to defeat Wall in this period of time. Otherwise, she could only admit defeat. Sylvia. Veronica raised her eyes and looked at the arena. She clenched her fists, and her eyes bloomed with unconcealable anticipation. Let me see your growth, your possibilities. At the same time, the smoke and dust that covered the entire arena began to change. A gust of wind blew from the center of the smoke without warning and spread in all directions, causing the smoke that covered the entire arena to constantly change its shape. 2 sonic booms caused by friction with the atmosphere reverberated from the smoke and dust and entered the ears of everyone present. Immediately, a corner above the smoke and dust suddenly protruded. A stream of light and an afterimage swiftly shot out from it and flew into the sky, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking through the air, Lancelot soared up at a terrifying speed, shooting straight into the sky. Hein, on the other hand, was barely able to keep up with him as he chased after him. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Hein's body was emitting light smoke, and he was in a rather sorry state. Wall's face was also a little ugly. Clearly, Lancelot's dragon breath earlier was not completely blocked. This made Wall full of anger, and he shouted loudly. Hein! Roar! Hein burst out a roar, opened his dragon mouth, and propped up a geometric magic array. A flame-like breath burst out and rushed toward Lancelot, who was flying straight into the sky. Lancelot! Not to be outdone, Sylvia tightened her grip on the reins. Lancelot immediately turned into a stream of light and rapidly turned around as if he had pierced through space. While avoiding the flame dragon breath that was chasing after him, he also appeared behind Wall and Hein as if he had teleported. Now! Following Sylvia's shout, Lancelot suddenly raised his head, and the magic power in his body surged out. He also propped up a magic array with a geometric pattern, and the flames of the dragon's breath appeared and rushed toward Hein. Wall's face changed slightly, and Hein, who reacted a little later, also deployed a hexagonal defensive barrier. Boom! The hexagonal defensive barrier was deployed at the critical moment, and the dragon breath hit it, and in the roar, there was a burst of fire. Roar! Hein's painful howl resounded in the arena. Chapter 1342. Under the impact of the dragon's breath, Hein let out a painful howl as he was blown away by the impact of the dragon's breath. He was like a kite with a broken string, almost falling to the ground. Looking at Hein, who almost fell to the ground, and Wall, who was struggling to support him, there was a burst of exclamations from the audience. However, it didn't take long for all the exclamations to turn into cheers for Sylvia and Lancelot. This was an acknowledgement of Sylvia and Lancelot. Listening to the cheers that resounded through the sky from all directions, Sylvia felt an uncontrollable heat in her heart. She felt her body heat up and her blood was boiling. Sylvia couldn't help but tighten her grip on the reins as she looked at Wall and Hein's sorry state. If this goes on, it will work. He had a great chance of winning the duel with this dragon knight, ranked in the top 10 of Lorea's holy dragon knights. Sylvia's heart surged at the thought of this. She waved the reins and controlled Lancelot to descend slowly. She arrived above Wall and Hein and looked down at them condescendingly. Lord Wall. Sylvia's face had a determined expression that was completely different from the cowardly and uneasy expression she had when she first made the duel in front of Veronica. There was finally a touch of confidence in her voice. If you can't deal with Lancelot's speed, there's no point in continuing the duel. Hearing this, Wall glanced at Hein, who had begun to pant, and then looked at Sylvia, who was looking down at him condescendingly. He clenched his teeth tightly. As Sylvia said, if he couldn't deal with Lancelot's speed, he had no chance of winning at all. That speed was too fast, too terrifying. How could Lancelot have such speed? That kind of speed was definitely faster than all the dragons he had seen so far. There was no chance of winning. If he couldn't find a way to deal with that speed, there was absolutely no chance of winning. If there was a way to deal with that speed, then he could definitely win. With this thought in mind, Wall's mind spun rapidly in order to find a way to deal with Lancelot's speed. Wall did not know that his performance was exactly what Sylvia wanted. Sylvia was a family member and knew that she could only fight with Lancelot's speed for a very limited period of time. Now, after intimidating the other party, Sylvia took the opportunity to recover the stamina she had expended to stay on Lancelot's back. Her body slowly recovered to its peak condition so that she could extend the time she could use Lancelot's speed. Therefore, Sylvia was now bluffing. If he could make Wall admit defeat, that would be the best, but if not, in that case, it would be beneficial for me to buy some time to recover. It had to be said that Sylvia's thinking was very correct. Wall didn't know that Sylvia could only use Lancelot's speed for a limited time. He could only obediently fall into this neither big nor small trap. However, Sylvia's trap was different. But it didn't last long. After a while, Wall's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. I, Loramon, am a dragon knight of the Holy Dragon Knights. I will never admit defeat before I use my last bit of strength. With this answer, Wall pulled the reins, and Hein roared, flapped its wings, and flew into the sky. It came to the opposite side of Lancelot, facing him from afar. Your Highness Sylvia. Wall looked straight ahead and met Sylvia's gaze. If you want me to admit defeat, then defeat me fair and square. Great, the audience cheered. Sylvia also praised in her heart. She looked at War with admiration, took a deep breath, and once again returned to her battle state. If that's the case, then come at me. As soon as he finished speaking, Wall raised his head abruptly. He rode on Hein and rushed up to the sky above the entire arena. The will belonging to the horseman merged with Hein's will, allowing Wall's thoughts to be transmitted to Hein instantly. Hein opened his mouth and roared. He channeled the magic power in his body and constructed a geometric array to use magic. He let it spread out and covered the entire arena in a moment. Mana flowed into the magic array like a stream of water, causing a dazzling flash of light to erupt from the magic array. In the next moment, scorching fireballs shot out from the magic array and fiercely descended. That momentum actually covered the entire arena within the range of the attack. Don't underestimate me. Sylvia bit her lips hatefully as she watched Wall use his old trick. She steered Lancelot and turned into a stream of light. Like a spiraling belt of light, she drew a smooth trajectory in the arena and dodged the incoming fireballs as though she was chasing the stars and the moon. However, Hein's magic fireballs had an automatic tracking effect. Like Lancelot, they drew a long fiery tail across the space and chased after Sylvia. So annoying. Sylvia endured the wind pressure from Lancelot's rapid flight as she watched the magical fireballs coming at her from all directions. She gripped the reins tightly and stabilized her body. She used her will to control Lancelot with great difficulty and flew into the sky like a bolt of lightning. However, Sylvia, who was riding Lancelot into the sky, suddenly narrowed her eyes. It was because Wall, who was riding Hein, was flying at high speed and was above Lancelot in an instant. Got it. A victorious smile appeared on Wall's face, and he suddenly pulled the reins in his hand. Roar! Hein's murderous roar burst out, and the flickering magic array rippled and stood in front of Hein. Then, a fiery dragon breath that was as violent as magma shot out from the magic array. The dense firelight filled Sylvia's vision, causing her expression to change drastically. There were magic fireballs flying from all directions. Above the only way out, there was a fire dragon's breath falling from the sky. Sylvia had no way of dodging at all. Her face changed drastically, and her eyes trembled. Feeling the approaching fireballs and the high temperature of the fire dragon's breath, Sylvia's face hardened. Fight! Roar! Lancelot roared and rushed into the sky, and a ball of magic light exploded from his body. The magic array representing the dragon's breath rotated and rippled out, instantly blocking the direction of the fire dragon's breath. Wall sneered when he saw this. Lancelot's real difficulty was that unprecedented speed. Other than speed, Lancelot was no match for Hein in any other aspect. For a spell like the dragon's breath that purely converted magic power into a breath attack, the stronger the magic power, the stronger the power. Lancelot's magic power was no match for Hein's. If he were to compete with Hein's dragon's breath, he would definitely lose miserably. Wall felt that he could already see Lancelot covered in flames and falling down from the arena. Unfortunately, Wall did not see a cold glint flashing across Sylvia's ice-blue eyes. Roar! Lancelot suddenly roared, raised his head, and opened his dragon's mouth wide. In an instant, a violent gust of wind blew in the surrounding space, and visible streams of air rolled into the magic array in front of Lancelot like flowing water, covering it. The magic array suddenly rotated, and the surging streams of air wrapped around it, condensing into a halo on the magic array's wheel. What's that? Wall was stunned. Looking at the fire dragon's breath falling from the sky, Sylvia coldly shouted. Penetrating dragon's breath dance. Roar! A crisp dragon's roar accompanied by Sylvia's cold shout reverberated throughout the arena. Lancelot, who was surrounded by fireballs, exploded with a violent stream of air, blowing away all the magic fireballs that were sweeping toward him. A spiral dragon breath that had been compressed to the extreme and was spinning like a whirlpool suddenly shot out. It was mixed with a layer of dazzling halo that covered it as it soared into the sky and collided head-on with the flame dragon breath that was descending from the sky. Bang! The two dragons' breaths collided with each other, and magical flames appeared in midair, stirring up dense sparks that scattered in all directions. Bang! With a muffled sound, the spiral dragon's breath destroyed the fire dragon's breath as easily as crushing dry weeds and rotten wood, and continued to rush forward without slowing down. It shot upward, and to Wall's horror, it landed on Hein's body. Bang! Intense flames and deafening explosions engulfed the entire area. Chapter 1343. Bam! The spiral dragon breath with a dazzling edge hit Hein without any deviation, bringing about a loud bang and a strong flame. Violent waves of wind surged out like an explosion, engulfing the entire arena. The storm-like aftershock surged toward the audience like an invisible wave, blowing the audience off balance and causing them to cry out in surprise. Papers, hats, bottles and jars were flying everywhere. The arena was in chaos. In the VIP seats, Gu Yan and a group of personal guards all came in front of Veronica, using their bodies to withstand the wind and waves. They were also vigilant of their surroundings, not letting the thugs who were eyeing Veronica covetously take advantage of them. On the contrary, Veronica herself didn't care that someone would take the opportunity to assassinate her at this time. It was as if she didn't care about her own life. She stared at the center of the field with shock on her ruthless face. That dragon breath. Veronica stared blankly at Lancelot, who used the dance of penetrating dragon's breath, and Sylvia, who was riding on Lancelot's back. She clenched her fists and turned around. Her gaze landed on Wu Yan, who has remained calm since the beginning. Is that another one of your tricks? Tricks? Wu Yan shrugged when he heard Veronica's harsh comment. I didn't just let Sylvia get used to Lancelot's speed in 3 days. If that happened, his speed would be broken. Sylvia would have no chance of winning. Looking at the center of the arena, Wu Yan smiled leisurely. So, this trick became the key to Sylvia's comeback. In order to teach it to Sylvia, I spent a lot of effort. Unlike Lancelot's speed that only required her to get used to, the dance of the penetrating dragon breath was a dragon breath technique created from the chaotic return to horizon dance. If she wanted to use it, she would have to. Lancelot alone wouldn't be able to do it. There had to be a rider to steer the dragon and use the principles of the chaotic return to horizon dance through the connection of their wills. That's why if she wanted to use the dance of the penetrating dragon breath, Sylvia had to learn how to use the chaotic return to horizon dance. Fortunately, he only let Sylvia understand the chaotic return to horizon dance theory, not let her learn the chaotic return to horizon dance. Otherwise, with Sylvia's understanding of the sword and her powerless body, she might not be able to learn it even after 3 years. In short, Sylvia used 2 days to get used to Lancelot's speed. On the last day, Sylvia listened to Wu Yan explain the theory behind chaotic return to horizon waltz and tried to understand it by controlling Lancelot. Lancelot performed. However, even if that was the case, it also tormented Sylvia quite a bit. If not for the fact that Wu Yan had used the dance of the penetrating dragon breath on Lancelot and had a successful experience, saving Sylvia a lot of effort, there wouldn't have been enough time. Looking at Wu Yan's leisurely smile, Veronica was speechless for a long time. In the end, she gave an evaluation. The rider of the gods. He deserves the name. The wind and waves slowly calmed down. The flames in the sky also gradually dissipated. In the audience stands, the crowd looked at the flames that suddenly appeared in the sky and recalled the storm-like wind and waves. Their eyes and faces were filled with lingering fear. After calming down the commotion, the audience raised their heads and looked up. They stared at the gradually dissipating flames and held their breaths. They began to feel nervous. In the end, what was the result? With such feelings, in the silent atmosphere, the flames in the sky finally dissipated, revealing the situation inside. However, when the situation in the fire was imprinted in everyone's eyes, the audience at the scene burst into a unified cry of surprise. In the center of the dissipating flames in the sky, Hein's body was surrounded by layers of hexagonal barriers that belonged to advanced defensive magic. The barriers rippled with the light of the flames and mana that had not dissipated in time. It seemed that Hein had used defensive magic at the critical moment to block the dance of the penetrating dragon breath. Unfortunately, it did not completely block the attack. The evidence was that wisps of smoke were slowly rising from Hein's body. A part of its fur was even charred as if it had been burned by fire, emitting a charred smell. As for Hein himself, his body was hovering in the air unsteadily. From the looks of it, it was extremely difficult for him to even fly. Traces of blood seeped out from one of its wings and dyed one of its wings red. Hein's ferocious dragon eyes were filled with pain. Obviously, Hein's defensive magic barrier could not completely block the dance of the penetrating dragon breath. The dance of the penetrating dragon breath still managed to injure it. As for Hyde's owner, wall, he was lying on the back of Hyde's dragon. His body was also emitting light smoke. There were some charred marks on his body, and a lot of his armor was broken. His eyes were closed, and he was unconscious. He had fainted. The entire arena was silent. In the special seats, Veronica closed her eyes and remained silent. After a while, she opened her eyes again and stood up. The loud voice of the judge echoed in the arena. The winner is Sylvia Lorieman. Oh, 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 oh. Everyone in the arena stood up as deafening cheers enveloped the entire arena. Roar! Lancelot also let out a roar full of joy. Sylvia, who was sitting on Lancelot's dragon back, was in a daze. She did not react for a long time. Looking at Wall, who had fainted, and Hein, who was barely hanging in the air, some of the people in charge of first aid had already ridden the dragons and rushed forward to catch them. There were also bursts of enthusiastic cheers from the surrounding audience, and Sylvia felt that it was unreal. I won. I won. I won against Lorieman, the top 10 Dragon Knight in the Holy Dragon Knight Legion. I won against the existence of the top 20 in the world. Did I really win? Sylvia asked herself again and again in her heart. She had a strong sense of unreality as she flew to the VIP seats under Lancelot's lead. Congratulations, Your Highness. Yashur rushed forward excitedly and yelled at Sylvia. You won. I won? Sylvia asked in a daze as she got down from the Lancelot dragon's back. Yashur nodded vigorously and Yak snorted softly. Although your opponent was just a small dragon, you won. I won. Sylvia repeated these 2 words. An indescribable ecstasy finally surged in her heart. Her icy blue eyes were filled with tears. Although Sylvia was timid at times and would show her weak and cowardly side, she was not to the extent of crying so easily. Right now, Sylvia was on the verge of tears. Everyone gave her a kind smile, including Wu Yen. Only Veronica snorted coldly. Don't you want to be a Saint Heavenly Dragon Knight? What? You're so happy just because you won against a Dragon Knight? Woo. Sylvia let out a strange cry. She shrunk her shoulders and the tears in her eyes disappeared. She subconsciously hid beside Wu Yen. Wu Yen shook his head helplessly. Looks like there's still a lot of room for growth. She's still far from it. Veronica's mouth twitched, and her words caused Sylvia's heart to turn cold. She had been so excited about her victory just a moment ago, and all the joy in her heart disappeared. In the end, my sister still won't accept me? Sylvia started to feel disheartened as such thoughts arose in her mind. At this moment, Veronica glanced at Sylvia with a rare smile on her face. However, to be able to defeat Wall, you have indeed grown a lot. Veronica turned her back to Sylvia. Congratulations on your victory, Sylvia. Royal sister. Sylvia was once again stunned on the spot. Uncontrollable joy surged in her heart, causing her eyes to moisten once again. Don't celebrate too early. Without that boy's help, you couldn't have won. Veronica turned her head away sullenly. Before you can truly grow, my test for you will not be cancelled. After hearing Veronica's words, Sylvia didn't cower this time. Instead, she rubbed her eyes, puffed out her chest, and replied resolutely. Yes. Sister. Chapter 1344. Looking at Veronica, who is obviously not used to praising Sylvia with an awkward expression, Wu Yen couldn't help but have an idea. Sylvia, who is brimming with energy and happiness because of Veronica's praise, Wu Yen couldn't help but think of something. Perhaps Veronica wasn't truly cold and heartless to Sylvia, but the exact opposite. Perhaps Veronica loved Sylvia very much. That was hard to say. Come to think of it, no matter if it was on the first day, in the reception room, or in Sylvanus, even though Veronica had always denied Sylvia, she never forced Sylvia to act according to her will. Instead, she gave Sylvia the chance to prove herself again and again. Didn't this prove that Veronica had high hopes for Sylvia as well? Otherwise, when Veronica saw that Sylvia had really defeated Wall, she wouldn't have resisted her discomfort and insisted on praising Sylvia. The first princess with the title of Iron-Blooded Valkyrie shouldn't be good at expressing her feelings. She could only say harsh words every time. But in fact, that was Veronica's clumsy way of showing concern for Sylvia. Veronica turned her head away with a sullen expression. She did not look at Sylvia, but there was not a hint of displeasure in her sharp eyes. Instead, there was a faint smile on her face which confirmed Wu Yan's guess. What? Wu Yan was speechless. After all this time, I went to teach Sylvia because I was displeased with Veronica's attitude. Is it completely meaningless? The reason why Wu Yan is so concerned about Sylvia is because of Corset's request. Secondly, he can't bear to see the princess disheartened. Thirdly, he can't bear to see Sylvia being ridiculed by Veronica, and he can't bear to see her like this. As a result, Veronica's mocking of Sylvia was just a clumsy way of showing concern for her. This made Wu Yan feel like he was overthinking things. You can't think like that. A beautiful figure with a sweet fragrance came to Wu Yan's side. The familiar voice attracted Wu Yan's attention. A beautiful face with a confident smile entered Wu Yan's vision. He was stunned. Rebecca? I'm sorry. It's because of the end of the Imperial tournament. I've wasted some time. Rebecca smiled helplessly before turning her gaze to Sylvia. For Sylvia. Without you, she wouldn't have dared to raise her head in front of Her Highness Veronica. Maybe. Wu Yan sighed and he grumbled. But I keep having the feeling that I've been cheated. It makes me feel indignant. Rebecca raised an eyebrow when she heard Wu Yan's words. I should be the one feeling angry. Wu Yan was taken aback. Why? Why? Rebecca's beautiful face showed an expression of unhappiness that had never appeared before, one that came from the bottom of her heart. You taught Sylvia, Speed Burst, and the dance of the penetrating dragon's breath, but not me. Tell me, should I be angry? You're a sacred dragon knight and you want me to teach you how to ride a dragon? Wu Yan chuckled and he started doubting her. By the way, what is this Speed Burst? It's Lancelot's terrifying way of using speed. Rebecca said matter-of-factly. How can such an amazing technique not have a name? So you gave it a name? Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not an amazing technique. If you understand the theory, you can learn it even without my teaching. Is that so? Rebecca nodded in a contemplative manner. Then, she teased Wu Yan with a teasing tone. Then, can Lord Roland teach me the theory behind Speed Burst? Wu Yan rolled his eyes at her teasing tone. However, if he really did teach explosive speed to Rebecca, it should be a powerful aid to her, right? After all, unlike Sylvia who had a time limit, Rebecca didn't have to worry about the discomfort caused by centrifugal force and wind pressure. With the support of the Holy Knight armor, she could stay firmly on Guffrin's back no matter how bad her condition was. In other words, Rebecca didn't need to use any stamina to use Speed Burst. There was no limit to it and she could use it as she wished. Of course, that was under the condition that she was equipped with the armor. Stand down, Sylvia. Veronica dismissed Sylvia and she looked at Wu Yan. Her sharp eyes flashed with a sharp light. I'm really looking forward to the second duel. Hearing this, the entire VIP seating area instantly fell into silence. Everyone looked at Wu Yan. Their eyes and hearts were filled with anticipation. Wu Yan's strength had always been a mystery. Forget about his strength, even what his fall looked like, what level he was at, what his growth rate was, and so on were all complete mysteries. What Wu Yan displayed in front of everyone is the world's #1 dragon riding skill and the battle prowess he displayed during his fight with Gul Yan. Other than that, everything else is a mystery. Even Yashur and Yak couldn't help but feel curious about this mysterious person, let alone Rebecca, Sylvia, Veronica, and the others. If today's duel could make this mysterious existence reveal something, then it would definitely be worth it. Because of that, everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. This was especially true for Rebecca and Sylvia. Out of the two of them, one has been with Wu Yan the longest, so she knows him the best. The other one has been greatly influenced by Wu Yan. In just a month, be it in terms of strength or mentality, because of Wu Yan, she grew tremendously. Under these circumstances, Rebecca and Sylvia naturally wanted to understand Wu Yan. No. It should be said that Rebecca and Sylvia wanted to understand everything about Wu Yan. Don't worry. Perhaps she saw through Rebecca and Sylvia's thoughts, but Veronica curled her lips into a meaningful smile. The opponent I prepared for this kid is definitely strong enough to force him to show some things. Roar. Almost at the same time as Veronica's voice trailed off, a deafening roar descended from the sky above the arena like a storm, causing the air and ground to tremble. What? What's going on? In the audience seats of the arena, the spectators who were shocked by the sudden roar looked up at the sky with blank expressions. Look! Look over there! Someone in the audience suddenly exclaimed and pointed to a corner of the sky. At the scene, everyone looked in that direction. Then they saw. On the other side of the sky, a dragon was gradually approaching. Whoosh, like a shooting star, the dragon flew over from the other side of the sky with a sharp piercing sound, shooting towards the direction of the arena. Whoosh. As the sharp piercing sound became louder and louder, the dragon's body became clearer and clearer. The whistling sound of a fierce wind also descended in this direction, bringing with it a strong wind that suddenly fell on the entire area. The spectators cried out in surprise once more. They braved the wind and looked up at the sky above the arena. Boom! The dragon that had shot over was in its most berserk state. Its speed did not decrease at all as it plummeted down, smashing into the center of the arena like a meteor and landing right in the middle. The ground shook violently and the rock layers cracked inch by inch. After the gust of wind, the spectators in the spectator stands were treated like an earthquake. Many of them fell to the ground. Only now did the spectators see the dragon's full appearance. It was a humongous holy dragon. In terms of size, even Guffrin was inferior to it. Unlike Gyvlin, this holy dragon exuded an aura that made people shudder. If Guffrin was an indomitable divine beast, then this holy dragon was a ferocious beast that could devour heaven and earth. On top of the holy dragon's head was a figure. A figure that could make the heavens lose color, make the stars admit their inferiority, and make the entire arena fall into a deathly silence. Chapter 1345. Dazzling like stardust, the dazzling golden armor covered the beautiful figure that made people feel that it was blasphemous to even look at. It looked as if it was emitting some kind of sacred light that one could not bear to look at directly. It was both breathtaking and extremely attractive. Her waterfall-like long hair fluttered in the wind, and her lake-like clear eyes sparkled like stars. Her heaven-shaking appearance was already indescribable. It could only be said that she did not belong to the human world, and could only exist in fantasy. The cloak on her back fluttered loudly in the wind, becoming the only sound that was still ringing in the arena at this moment. She clearly had a beauty that was worthy of being called a holy maiden and a figure that was praised as an angel. However, at this moment, the absolutely beautiful young lady standing on the mighty holy dragon's head exuded an oppressive feeling that only experts would have. Raising her head and looking around the entire arena, the beautiful young lady shot her gaze towards the VIP seats in the arena with an indifferent look on her face. In the next second, a crisp, heroic, and beautiful voice entered the ears of everyone present. "I'm not late, right?" Everyone was silent, looking at the beautiful girl who looked like a compassionate saintess and also like a noble knight who was fully equipped with the holy knight armor. Everyone in the audience seat looked at each other in bewilderment. Excitement that was difficult to control gradually appeared on their faces and eyes. Then, ooh, 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 ooh. The air above the entire arena was filled with fervent roars that sounded like stormy waves. That was right. It was fanaticism. It was as if he had seen the idol that he had admired since he was young, the god that he believed in. It was a fanaticism that was comparable to extreme fans and fanatics. Even Veronica, who was known as the iron-blooded Valkyrie and supported the entire Lorimon knighthood, did not receive such treatment. Looking at this scene in the special seats, Veronica was not surprised at all. Instead, she showed an expression as if it was only natural. At the side, Sylvia and Yashur were completely stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. That. Sylvia stuttered as she pointed at the beautiful girl in the middle of the field. She didn't say anything for a long time. Could it be, she is? Yashur didn't seem to be as ignorant as before. It was obvious that he knew the other party's identity. A flabbergasted expression appeared on his face. As expected. Rebecca shook her head with a bitter smile. Her Highness Veronica really sent her out, Your Highness Veronica. Even Gulien's expression was unsettled. Is the so-called important opponent referring to this lord? Seeing that everyone, including the spectators, seemed to recognize the beautiful girl, Rebecca, who was still in the middle of the arena, and they could not help but look at each other. Hey! Rebecca and her Valkyrie. Who is that female? Why do you all have such exaggerated reactions? It's not. Before Yashur could answer, Rebecca sighed and said, Don't worry about it. Her holy, saintess deserved to be. Her. Rebecca's words came out of her mouth. Wu Yan suddenly recalled a character he read about in the textbooks of the academy and he frowned. Her. Looks like you figured out her identity. Rebecca looked at Wu Yan with a serious expression. She emphasized each and every word she said. Her. She's the commander of Loriaman's Holy Dragon Knights, the world's strongest. The Silent Knight Saintess, Yuzura? L. Sarvan. The world's strongest? Rebecca was shocked. Wu Yan swept his gaze over the beautiful girl in the middle of the field, his wine-red eyes flashed with intense interest. She's the strongest Holy Dragon Knight, the commander of Loriaman's Holy Dragon Knights, Yuzura? That's right. Veronica glanced at Wu Yan with a smile that isn't a smile. What do you think? This opponent is strong enough, right? Strong enough? This was not something that could be described with the word sufficient. As an opponent. Yuzura was someone that all dragon cultivators, dragon knights, and even holy dragon knights wanted to surpass. She was also the strongest obstacle on the path to the top. The world's strongest, that wasn't just for show. Wu Yan's opponent was the world's strongest holy dragon knight. At this moment, everyone's heart was filled with absurd emotions. Sister Royal. Isn't this a little too much? Sylvia was the first to speak as if she couldn't accept the outcome. Why you're sending Commander Yuzura? Can this still be considered a duel? Sylvia's meaning was clear. She almost said that Yuzura would be defeated as soon as she entered the arena. As the strongest holy heavenly dragon knight, Yuzura's strength was something that even other holy heavenly dragon knights couldn't compare to. It wasn't that Ursula had defeated all the holy sky dragon knights. If she only relied on defeating to stand at the top, then she wouldn't have been so legendary. Yuzura's true strength lay in the fact that no holy dragon knight had been able to injure her in a one-on-one duel. Yes, they couldn't even injure Yuzura. That was a kind of strength that bordered on despair. This is a little too much. Even Yashur couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Princess Veronica, are you trying to say that someone defeated Commander Yuzura in the first year of the advanced class? Veronica shot an indifferent glance at Sylvia and Yashur before replying. Then, let me ask you. If I don't send Yuzura, who else can I send? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Veronica narrowed her eyes as she looked at Wu Yan. Without the Holy Knight armor, this kid is already able to fight evenly with Gulian, who is equipped with the Holy Knight armor. In that case, why don't we boldly imagine, what if he's a Saint Heavenly Dragon Knight? What would happen then? Hearing this, everyone's expression froze. Gulian, who is already as strong as a Saint Dragon Knight in his normal state, is already one of the most powerful ones among all the Saint Dragon Knights. Then, how strong will he be after equipping the Holy Knight armor? Veronica stared at Wu Yan, who didn't say a word. She didn't do anything out of the ordinary as she continued to bombard Wu Yan. So, to be on the safe side, I asked Yuzura to put down her work and come to Ansari Kingdom. It's not just because it's the most confident, it's also because I can't think of anyone else who can guarantee a 100% victory against this kid. Veronica's words reverberated clearly in the ears of the VIP seats. Her words set off waves of shock in everyone's heart. The way they looked at Wu Yan changed as well. If he really is a Saint Heavenly Dragon Knight, then Veronica's guess might be correct. Other than Yuzura, no one can guarantee a 100% victory against him. Realizing this point, the crowd finally realized just how strong this person could possibly be. The entire VIP seats were dead silent. No one spoke. They were all immersed in the phenomenon of Wu Yan's true strength. However, Wu Yan suddenly spoke. So, you're saying that I will definitely lose against Yuzura? This time, it was Veronica's turn to be stunned. Could it be? Veronica hesitated and asked with uncertainty. You think you can win against Yuzura? Against Yuzura, can win. To this day, no one in the world dared to say this in a one-on-one fight against Yuzura. As for those who spoke out, they were treated as pure jokes by others. Wu Yan glanced at everyone in the VIP seats. He didn't answer, but the corner of his mouth hooked up. In his heart, all the thoughts were condensed into 6 words. This is going to be interesting. Bang. In the VIP seats, Wu Yan stomped his foot on the ground. His body tensed up, and his entire body bounced off the VIP seats. He turned into a black shadow and shot into the arena. Guvlin. Roar! A roar exploded from the corner of the arena. Guvlin shot out like a red lightning bolt into the air. He caught the black shadow falling from the sky and shot into the arena. Guvlin's wings flapped, carrying a dense vortex of air pressure. He circled in a smooth trajectory and landed in the center of the arena. Ursula and the ferocious holy dragon were right across from each other. Chapter 1346. Yuzura. L. Sarwin, level 79. Galahad, level 74. Standing in the middle of Guflin's dragon horns, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. With that kind of beauty, even if Ikaros were here, she would have a 50-50 chance of beating her. The saintess of the silent night. She's a knight. A saintess. That kind of beauty isn't something an average person can look up to. Only an angel like Ikaros can compare to her. Of course, in this arena, Wu Yan's looks aren't the only thing worth paying attention to. What's more important is Ursula's strength. Level 79. Peak of rank 8. Although they were both sacred sky dragon knights, Ursula's level was far above Leibeka and Gulien's by almost an entire level. No wonder she's the strongest in the world. No wonder no saintess dragon knight can hurt her. With her paladin armor and magic device, even if Galahad isn't included, even the world's strongest Elaine might not be Yuzura's match. Naturally, Wu Yan won't be able to defeat her with all his abilities sealed. It's just as Veronica said, Yuzura. He was definitely an opponent with enough strength to deal with him. On the other side, Ursula also cast her gaze over. Looking straight at Wu Yan, her eyes as clear as a lake revealed traces of emotion. You are my opponent? The quiet voice spread to every corner of the arena, causing everyone in the arena to subconsciously hold their breaths. They widened their eyes and focused on all the movements in the arena. But now, the audience isn't here to watch the duel. They're here to watch the saintess of the silent night. Maybe he sensed this. Wu Yan's expression turned into one of helplessness. He smiled faintly, and without anyone noticing, a nimble longsword appeared in his hand. That's Shauna of the Holy Temple. He's facing a peak rank 8 opponent. Even if Wu Yan doesn't plan to undo the seal, he still opened it a little and took out Shauna of the Holy Temple from the gate of Babylon. Rune. Randall. Wu Yan pointed Shauna of the Holy Temple to the ground and looked at Yuzura's beautiful eyes. Please advise me. Show me your full strength. Ursula replied straightforwardly. I won't show any mercy. The audience cheered when they heard Ursula's declaration. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Yuzura. Although he wasn't really a man of few words, his words were very straightforward, without the slightest bit of nonsense. No wonder she's called the saintess of the silent night. Wu Yan could only give such an answer. Of course, I'll give it my all. In this state. The last sentence. Wu Yan didn't say it, but Yuzura seemed to be dissatisfied. She furrowed her brows. If I'm not mistaken, the dragon you're riding should be Rebecca's fall, right? Yuzura didn't sound dissatisfied at all, as if she was complaining about something. I don't know how you can ride someone else's fall, but if you're going to give it your all, you should at least summon your own, right? Riding other people's dragons is an amazing feat, but it's not to the point where the commander of Loriamon's Holy Dragon Knights has to pay attention to it. That's why Yuzura didn't know about Wu Yan's title as the Rider of the Gods. However, Ursula had recognized Rebecca's fall, which meant that Rebecca was the one that Ursula truly cared about. Perhaps Ursula didn't even know why Veronica had suddenly called her over to duel with a student of the academy. However, Yuzura still declared that she would give it her all. She didn't look down on Wu Yan just because he was a student, which made Wu Yan have a good impression of Yuzura. Don't worry, Captain Yuzura. Wu Yan grinned as he lifted the Nyaton Shana. I'll see how it goes. Hearing this, the surrounding audience burst into an uproar. See how it goes? In other words, he has to see if Yuzura has the right to summon fall? That's too arrogant. The audience was furious. Even Rebecca, Sylvia, and the others in the VIP seats couldn't help but frown. Only Ursula remained silent. Is that so? Ursula nodded in a monotonous tone. However, I'll still say the same thing. I won't show any mercy. After saying that, Ursula closed her eyes, and the holy knight armor on her body suddenly flashed with a dazzling brilliance. Show yourself. A two-dimensional divine sword. Buzz. The air suddenly trembled, and space rippled. Surging mana currents rose from Ursula's body like steam, condensing into a flashing magic array that illuminated the battlefield. Seeing this, everyone's expression froze, even Wu Yan's expression turned serious. In the first clash, Ursula had actually used the intrinsic magic device. Just as she had said, she did not intend to be merciful at all. Ursula opened her beautiful eyes and stretched her hand forward. The glowing magic circle followed her palm and slowly slid down from top to bottom. In the next moment, a sword gradually appeared as the magic circle slid from top to bottom. It was an inconceivable sword. At first glance, only the hilt could be seen. The blade was nowhere to be seen. But upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a thin transparent wing-like object on the blade of the sword. It was flowing like a stream of water in an arc while emitting the radiance of magic. Yuzura grabbed the hilt and swung it. A bright flash of sword light flashed in front of her, proving the existence of the sword. Its name is Fragalaha. As Yuzura spoke, Wu Yan couldn't help but look at the divine sword called Fragalaha. He could clearly see that at the position where the Fragalaha was supposed to be, a magic power was flowing regularly at a very high frequency, causing the part of the sword body to flash with a faint brilliance. Fragalaha. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the Nyandan Shana. An invisible blade? My Fragalaha isn't just a sword that can't be seen, the leader of the Holy Dragon Knights, Lorea, who was known as the Silent Knight Saintess, explained indifferently. It's a 2D divine sword. The thickness of the blade is infinitely close to zero. The thickness of the blade is infinitely close to zero? Wu Yan looked at Yuzura in surprise. In other words, the blade of the Fragalaha is completely flat. Yuzura raised the 2D divine sword in her hand and pointed it at Wu Yan. No matter how hard the material is, the godly sword, Fragalaha, can cut it apart, even if it's holy knight armor. Wu Yan's face tensed up when he heard this. Wu Yan looked at Ursula and then at Fragalaha before he mumbled to himself. Looks like it's going to be a little tricky. Unfortunately, Yuzura didn't give Wu Yan time to sigh. Let's begin. Leaving these words behind, Ursula suddenly raised his free hand. Roar! The holy dragon Galahad raised its head and roared. Its body, which was one size bigger than Guffrin, exploded with a powerful magical heat. Galahad stepped on the cracked ground with a heavy stomp. Like a heavy mountain, Galahad charged forward in a blur against the dense air pressure and the heavy sound of the sonic boom. Guffrin. Galahad was 30 meters away a second ago, but now it's only 20 meters away. Wu Yen didn't dare to be careless. He stomped on Guffrin's head and through the will of the rider, he steered Guffrin forward. Roar! Givlin immediately let out a roar, not to be outdone. He tilted his body, and the wings on his back flapped violently. Like a cannonball, he advanced instead of retreating, and met the oncoming Galahad head-on. In the next instant, the two holy dragons, whose sizes were definitely at the forefront of the dragon race, collided heavily with each other like a brawl. Boom! Instantly, a thunderous sound reverberated throughout the entire arena. The battle was about to start. Chapter 1347. Boom! A loud, dull sound exploded in the air, and also in the ears of the audience. The explosion made everyone's mind go blank. Even their vision was spinning, and their hearts were filled with horror. He actually chose a direct confrontation. In the VIP seats, Veronica covered her ears and head in pain as she forced out a laugh. "You've got guts." Roland, Lebecca, Sylvia, Yeshua, and the others also had pained expressions, but they resolutely stared at the center of the arena, not relaxing for even a moment. Boom! However, right after the first boom, a second boom followed, shaking everyone so much that they almost screamed out loud. Their ears were already in a half-ringing state. Boom, 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 boom. Under everyone's gaze, two streams of light shot out from the center of the arena, spiraling into the sky. As they flew, they collided with each other, causing the entire arena to resound with a deafening roar, piercing everyone's eardrums and causing many people to howl in pain. Everyone's face was pale as they watched the two streaks of light colliding with each other. It was as if the two streaks of light were colliding with each other. It was just a collision, but it was already so powerful. Boom! A muffled boom louder than ever before reverberated through the air like a sound wave. The audience was so frightened that they covered their ears in fright, and a riot almost broke out. Amidst the muffled boom, which was even louder than before, the two divine dragons collided with each other with greater force than ever before. Roar! The massive rebounding force sent the two holy dragons flying. Two cries of pain rang out as the distance between the two holy dragons widened. Wu Yen, who was standing on Guffrin's head, looked up at Galahad, who was also flying away. He grabbed Neen Temple Shauna and shook it. Streams of air visible to the naked eye immediately wrapped around him, forming a halo of light. It flickered. Chaotic return. A cold shout reverberated in the air. Sky dance. The saber light, which was as red as the sky, left a long trail of fire behind. Like a surging wave, it broke through the space and the atmosphere and streaked forward. In the blink of an eye, it flashed in front of Galahad. Ursula didn't expect someone who wasn't wearing the paladin armor to be able to make such an attack. She looked a little surprised. But he quickly recovered. Staring at the ferocious blade light that was slashing at her, Ursula did not steer Galahad to dodge. Instead, she held the hilt of the divine sword in her hand, raised it above her head, and thrust it forward with all her might. Shortly after, the fiery red saber light collided with the transparent sword light. Thus, an inconceivable scene unfolded in midair. Pucci, the divine sword clashed with the saber light, and a tearing sound rang out. Under the stab of the divine sword, for Galahad, the blade light that was as ferocious as magma spewing out came from the point of contact. It was cut into two halves, brushed past Ursula's shoulder, carried an astonishing impact, and shot into the distant sky without slowing down. Chaotic return to sky dance was directly cut into two halves. Wu Yen was shocked. The two-dimensional divine sword, for Galahad, can even cut off other people's attack. Good attack. Just when Wu Yen was surprised by the effect of for Galahad, Ursula's calm and almost indifferent voice came into his ears. You don't even have the paladin armor, but you can make such an attack. I've only seen it from Her Highness Veronica. Ursula leisurely stood on Galahad's head, holding the divine sword in her hand, her sharp eyes swept forward. Next, it's my turn. Whoosh. As soon as her words fell, a whistling sound like a gust of wind turned into ripples, scattering in the air. Ursula and Galahad's figures suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Wu Yan's eyes turned cold, and he turned around abruptly. The Enrich Shana, in his hand, burst into a ball of flame, rolling up the violent atmosphere, turned into a saber light, and shot out violently. Bang! An explosion reverberated in the sky, stirring up a frenzied impact that swept out. Unfortunately, that explosion was not the sound of a chaotic return to sky dance, hitting the target, but the sound of Galahad being cut into two by a transparent sword light and directly exploding. Your reaction is quite good. Wu Yan had already turned around, and the divine sword for Galahad flashed a second ago, but Ursula's voice once again sounded behind Wu Yan. But, it's still too slow. Along with this voice, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air assaulted Wu Yan. Clang! Amidst the crisp sound of the collision, traces of sparks shot out from the point of collision between the agile long saber and the transparent sword, bursting out bursts of ear-piercing sounds of metal scraping against each other. Ursula, holding the for Galahad in her hand, slightly raised her head, her gaze pierced through the sparks bursting out from the collision between the two armaments, and looked at Wu Yan with a surprised expression on her face. He actually blocked it. Ursula was not surprised that Wu Yan could react at the critical moment and turn around to block her attack, but she was surprised that her for Galahad was blocked by a strange long saber. In the past, if someone blocked the for Galahad with a weapon, the opponent's weapon would have been destroyed long ago, and even the intrinsic magic device of the paladin armor would be directly cut off. The for Galahad, which was known as the secondary divine sword, was blocked. This is the first time. This made Ursula feel a little unconvinced. She abruptly pulled back the divine sword in her hand, pulled it to the side, and in the midst of a sharp screech, the transparent sword made of magic power fiercely slashed towards the Nyama no Shana. Extremely sharp piercing sounds burst out, the transparent sword rapidly enlarged in Wu Yan's eyes. Such a fierce attack did not allow Wu Yan the slightest hesitation, so he clenched his teeth, held the Nyama no Shana tightly, and met the transparent sword head-on. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing once again reverberated in the air. But this time, Ursula did not compete with Wu Yan. Instead, with a cold face, she repeatedly slashed out with the Nyama no Shana in Wu Yan's hand, creating a series of sharp sword images, unceasingly slashing towards the Nyama no Shana in his hand. At this time, Ursula's opponent had already transitioned from Wu Yan to the Nyama no Shana. Clang 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 clang, one after another, the sword's shadows landed on the same spot on the Enchanting Shana thin knife. Loud and clear clashing noises echoed in the arena, like the sound of a blacksmith hammering iron. The vigorous ripples of energy spread out rapidly along with the sounds of collision. The air in the entire arena was like the surface of a lake that had a stone thrown into it, creating a series of ripples. It was as if invisible fireworks were being set off in the air above the arena. Wave after wave of air ripples shook the place. Below the arena, the audience was already dumbfounded. In the VIP seats, Veronica's hand clenched on the armrest of her chair, a trace of excitement surging in her eyes. To be able to fight with Ursula for so long, that kid really has some skill, that weapon. Rebecca frowned, her expression somewhat uncertain. It can actually block the for Galahad. It's very ordinary, it's indeed extraordinary. Veronica nodded in agreement, but she soon smiled again. But it's almost the end, a 2D divine sword isn't that easy to block. Just as Veronica finished her sentence, a different sound finally emerged from the continuous echoes of the collision in the air. Crack! The moment this sound rang out, Wu Yan's expression changed, but Ursula revealed a faint smile. Then, the for Galahad slashed down fiercely from top to bottom. Pa! After this sound, a small blade flew out of the air and fell to the ground. Wu Yan's pupils constricted. Nyama no Shana, broke, a gold armament that only a Tier 9 powerhouse has the right to wear, and it's also a noble artifact, was broken by a single slash. Whoosh! At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out in everyone's ears. A blurry shadow rushed out like a spirit snake and arrived in front of Wu Yan in the blink of an eye. Ursula raised her head. Her beautiful face that could overshadow the heavens and earth was exposed to Wu Yan's vision. But also exposed to Wu Yan's vision was a flickering sword light. With a tearing sound, dark red blood splattered across the arena. Chapter 1348. Roan. Rebecca, Sylvia, and Yeshua turned pale with fright when they saw the crimson blood falling from the sky. They almost cried out subconsciously. In the arena, all the spectators were in an uproar. Without any consideration, their bodies moved on their own. In the end, all the spectators in the arena stood up at the same time. In mid-air, drops of blood slowly dripped down and landed on the arena below, forming a puddle of blood. Ursula looked at the blood dripping down, but there was no joy on his face. Instead, his expression changed slightly. Yes. The expression of the Saintess of the Silent Knights changed. This was because the two-dimensional godly sword, Fragalaha, which could cut through anything, was being held by a hand at this moment. The crimson blood had appeared when Fragalaha broke through the skin of the hand and dripped down. Everyone present could clearly see that the magic power carried by the blade of the divine sword, Fragalaha, was turning into pure heat, constantly calcining the hand that was spilling blood. Apart from the heat generated by the conversion of magic power, the heat generated by the intense friction caused by the slash of the divine sword was also burning the hand that dared to hold the transparent blade directly. The terrifying heat kept surging up, and the scalp-numbing sizzling sound kept coming from the divine sword in his hand. Wisps of smoke and the smell of something burnt lingered in the air. Just by looking at this scene, one could see that the divine sword was already burning. Everyone's hearts trembled. Just how painful would that be? That hand. Was it going to melt soon? However, what was even more frightening was the fact that the divine sword, Fragalaha, had been blocked. One had to know that the blade of the godly sword, Fragalaha, was a product of two dimensions. As long as it was a sword or a blade, no matter how thin they were made, they were still three-dimensional objects and could never break free from the shackles of the third dimension. Because no matter how thin they were made, there was always a gap between the two dimensions. There would always be a gap. However, Ursula's fall, Holy Dragon Galahad, had truly broken free from the shackles of the third dimension. It was a divine sword that had no width and was absolutely flat. That was the Fragalaha. Because there was no width, the entire sword. Whether it was from the front or the side, it was a straight line that was thinner than a line. It was purely made of magical power. Therefore, Fragalaha could cut through anything. It was even a gold armament. Moreover, it was a noble artifact, but in the end, it couldn't escape the fate of being cut in half. Just think about it, using one hand to block such a sword was a display of bravado and lack of strategy. A divine sword that could cut through any object. How could it not be able to cut through a hand? Therefore, they watched as Wu Yan directly blocked Fragalaha with his hand. Not to mention Rebecca, Sylvia, and the audience, even the commander of the Holy Dragon Knights, Loriaman, who was known as the Silent Saintess of the Knights, and Ursula, who was indifferent to people, changed their expressions. Ursula took a deep breath as she watched Wu Yan, who was holding Fragalaha so tightly that his hand was beginning to burn under the heat. Even his blood was no longer dripping. However, his head was lowered, and his expression couldn't be seen clearly. Using your hand to block my Fragalaha, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. As the sound of his voice faded, not long after, a soft laugh resounded clearly in the center of the entire arena and was heard by everyone. Wu Yan slowly raised his head. His wine-red pupils met Ursula's clear eyes. The calmness in his eyes surprised Ursula. It was as if the hand that was gradually being burned wasn't his. Wu Yan glanced at it, and the corner of his mouth slowly rose. But, didn't I block it? Ursula raised an eyebrow and she looked at Wu Yan with a deep gaze. Aren't you afraid that I'll cut off your hand? Afraid? Wu Yan chuckled as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. If I was afraid, I wouldn't have used this method. Ursula's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light when she heard Wu Yan's words. Her expression became serious. But if this goes on, even if I don't chop it off, your hand will be charred, and you will be completely crippled. Blocking Fragalaha with his hand was already an extremely ridiculous thing. Now, Wu Yan's hand was still tightly gripping the sword, and it was already severely burned. If it was someone else, they would probably be in so much pain that their face would be distorted. As for their hand, they would probably lose all feeling, right? However, no matter how wise Ursula was, it was impossible for her to guess without knowing. Wu Yan wasn't a human. He was a true ancestor. A true ancestor who could be resurrected in an instant even if he died. Although his superpower was sealed, his physique as a true ancestor couldn't be sealed. Therefore, even if it was his head that was burned, it wouldn't matter, let alone his hand. Destroyed, huh? Wu Yan murmured and suddenly laughed. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the Vlakalaha sword. He ignored the smoke and blood that came out of the sword as he forcefully pressed the sword down on the ground. Although I don't really care, it will be troublesome. So, let's get this over with. Roar. Guffrin roared and slammed into Galahad, who was right in front of him. Bang! Caught off guard, Galahad was sent flying by the impact. Ursula, who was standing on Galahad's head, was also forced to withdraw her for Galahad. She grabbed Galahad's dragon horn and put some distance between herself and Wu Yan. Get this over with? Ursula didn't care at all. Instead, she fixed her eyes on Wu Yan. You mean, get rid of me earlier? Ursula's words echoed in the silent arena. Everyone looked at Wu Yan, waiting for Wu Yan's answer. Wu Yan didn't answer Ursula. Looking down at his hand, Wu Yan touched the star carving on the back of his hand, which was his seal. My fall is a little special. Hearing such strange words, the audience was puzzled. Special? On the VIP seats, Rebecca, Sylvia, and the others pricked up their ears and listened carefully to Wu Yan's words. When every dragon breeder first obtains a newborn, the newborn will be attached to the body of its owner. It will only be independent when it is born. Through the star essence path, it will obtain the star essence from its owner and survive in the world. Wu Yan's voice reverberated throughout the arena. But my fall is different. Wu Yan shrugged and explained. It can retain the ability to be a baby and stay in my body. Attach itself to your body? Ursula was surprised. There's a fall like that? Rebecca, Sylvia, and the others were also surprised. Looking at the astonished expression on the beautiful girl's face, he clenched his fist and a bright light flashed in his eyes. This is the first and possibly the last time I'll let you see me summon fall, so, don't blink. As soon as he said that, dong dong, before anyone could react, a strange wave of energy rippled out from Wu Yan and it started spreading throughout the entire space. Dong dong. At the scene, everyone heard a sound that sounded like a heartbeat ringing in their minds. It started to vibrate rhythmically. Bzzz, Wu Yan's mana isn't too scary but it's extremely dense. Like a flame, it attracted the attention of everyone who can sense his mana. Then, they all saw it. Wu Yan's hands started emitting a bloody mist that slowly turned into a ghostly black color. Red veins started crawling up his arm. It's a terrifying sight to behold. Closing his eyes, Wu Yan channeled a tiny bit of his sealed mana into his blood and awakened a certain consciousness slumbering in his blood. Wu, a dragon's roar that seemed to come from the endless sky shook the entire arena. In an instant, Ursula felt an inexplicable sense of danger and she couldn't help but be startled. Then, a voice sounded, Descend. Chapter 1349. His voice was as delicate as flowing water. As if it had broken free from the shackles of space, it penetrated all the sounds in the stadium. The audience seemed to have sensed something. They shut their mouths out of reflex, and their breathing slowed down subconsciously. Their eyes were fixed on the figure standing on Guffrin's head, and they felt nervous for no reason. Even the ordinary audience reacted this way, let alone the powerhouses who could clearly feel the vast magic power emerging from Wu Yan. Rebecca, Sylvia, Veronica, Yashur, Yak, Jirian, and the others all tensed up. Ursula's grip on the divine sword, for Galahad, became tighter and tighter until her hands turned white. Her face was unprecedentedly solemn. Feeling the magic power rising from Wu Yan's body, Ursula's heart couldn't help but feel alarmed. Her heartstrings suddenly tightened. Ursula's intuition told her that something extremely frightening was awakening. Her clear eyes gradually changed as the alarm in her heart screamed frantically. Ursula's eyes were filled with uncertainty. She looked at Wu Yan, who was as calm as the calm before the storm. In the end, Ursula didn't choose to continue watching. If this continues, I will lose without a doubt. For some reason, Ursula had such a thought that she couldn't help but jump in fright. But Ursula didn't doubt it. Because, with the passage of time, the frantic alarm in her heart had turned into a complete sense of crisis. No. I can't watch any longer. Otherwise, I will lose. Yuzura's tense heartstrings completely collapsed under the urging of this thought, and her eyes became sharp. Ursula's eyes sharpened and she grabbed the divine sword for Galahad. Galahad. Roar. The holy dragon Galahad, who also felt a sense of crisis, roared as soon as it received Ursula's order. As if it was released, almost all the remaining magic power in its body was detonated and exploded in the space around it. Galahad seemed to be equipped with some kind of engine. Under the impetus of the explosion of mana, it turned into a ferocious behemoth and flew out violently. In a flash, he appeared in front of Gu Fulin and pressed his forelimbs on Gu Fulin's shoulder. Roar. At the same time, a burst of mana burst out of Guthron's body and landed on Galahad like a shockwave. Pang! A muffled sound exploded from Gahara's body, causing him to let out a low groan. At the same time, his dragon eyes flashed with a fierce light. Like an injured beast, not only did he not let go of Guthron, but he also restrained him even more. So, while Galahad was restraining Guthron, Ursula flung the cloak on her paladin armor and shot out. His body turned into a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, he was surrounded by bloody mist. Wu Yan, whose eyes were closed, had one of his hands completely transformed into a ghost hand. Be careful. At the VIP seats, Lebecca, Sylvia, Yashur, and the others couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Ha! Ursula's eyes flashed with determination. She raised the VLA Galaha above her head and mercilessly stabbed it towards Wu Yan's chest. TCH, the sound echoed between Wu Yan and Ursula. However, it wasn't the sound of the VLA Galaha piercing through Wu Yan's body. Instead, it was the sound of a ball of white flame that appeared out of nowhere. It was the sound of a ball of white flame burning. Yuzura's intrinsic magic device, the divine sword for Galahad, happened to stab into the white flame, but the white flame blocked it as if it was blocking it. What? Ursula's pretty face changed drastically. What is that? Lebecca, Sylvia, and the others couldn't help but look up from the VIP seats. White flame? Veronica frowned, a touch of surprise appeared on her face. Looking at the white flame that suddenly burned and blocked the divine sword for Galahad, like a flowing shield, Ursula constantly mobilized the magic power in the paladin armor to replenish the divine sword in an attempt to directly cut the white flame blocking the way in half. However, the small white flame was still burning there, completely unaffected by the divine sword for Galahad. Instead, it was the divine sword for Galahad itself, the blade made of pure magic power, that actually began to slowly incinerate from the tip of the sword that came into contact with the white flame. Ursula finally had a look of disbelief on her face. Don't worry, Ursula raised her head and looked in the direction of the voice. Ursula's face was filled with disbelief. In the next moment, Wu Yan's smiling face appeared in Ursula's vision. Because I didn't use my full strength, the power of my fall will decrease. However, the summoning time will also decrease a lot. You don't have to be in such a hurry. As he spoke, Wu Yan reached out and grabbed the white flame. The best part is yet to come. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the white flame and the white flame exploded in an instant. The entire space in the arena trembled, and a blinding white light burst out. Boom, as if heaven and earth exploded, a violent roar turned into a shockwave that swept across the entire arena. Ah! Everyone's vision was taken away by the dazzling white light and their hearing was robbed by the violent roar. Screams resounded throughout the entire arena. By the time the white light scattered, the rumbling noises had subsided, and the shockwaves had also gradually disappeared. Everyone's faces were filled with shock as they looked towards the arena. However, the scene that appeared in front of everyone's eyes caused everyone's expressions to change. In the end, they became dull flames. White flames. Monstrous white flames. The entire center of the arena was covered in white flames. It turned into a sea of white flames. In the center of the sea of white flames, a figure floated there. Fluffy hair made of white flames fluttered along with the rolling flames. Two flame-like objects that looked like long whiskers and ribbons adorned between his eyebrows. They fluttered behind him, making him look extremely elegant. White arm-like wings spread out on both sides of his body with a pair of sharp dragon claws at the front. A similar flame-like object, but a much larger tail, mixed with white flames, fluttered back and forth behind him. Looking at the figure floating in the middle of the white sea of fire, everyone in the surrounding area became absent-minded at this moment. Elegant, elegant, smooth, these three words shouldn't have appeared on a dragon's body, but at this moment, they really did appear in everyone's heart. Everyone in the arena couldn't help but be immersed in the elegance of the white dragon. It took a long time for them to regain their senses. All of a sudden, a pair of sky-blue eyes flickered like stars in the sea of flames around the body that was made up of pure white. They appeared from the eyes of the elegant giant dragon, becoming the only other color in the arena other than white, intoxicating the hearts of everyone. Woo! Raising its head, the white dragon let out a long dragon roar. Compared to the roars of other dragons, this long flute-like roar instantly conquered everyone. However, after a long and drawn-out dragon roar, the huge white dragon disappeared. The white flames that covered the entire arena disappeared without any warning. It was as if an illusion had been broken. The situation inside the arena was exposed. At this moment, everyone in the arena finally reacted and saw the scene inside the arena. Holy Dragon Gufflin was obediently waiting at the side like an obedient child. Below it, the Holy Dragon Galahad had fallen to the ground as if it had fainted. On top of Gufflin's head, Wu Yen was holding the unconscious Ursula in his arms. He had a helpless smile on his face as he looked around the arena. His dragon robe had been taken off at some point and was now draped over Ursula, who was unconscious in his arms. That's because the unconscious Ursula's holy knight armor was completely gone. She was completely naked. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's dragon riding robe covering Ursula's body, Ursula's beautiful body that could captivate all the men in the world would be exposed. Everyone in the arena was silent as they watched the scene unfold. Looking in the direction of the VIP seats, Wu Yan saw that Rebecca, Sylvia, Veronica, and the others were still in a daze. The corner of his mouth curled up. Chapter 1350. In just one day, everyone in the Knights' Kingdom of Lorimon was shocked. The leader of the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights, the most powerful, silent Knight Saintess, Yuzura Sarver? Sarver was defeated. On top of that, he was defeated by someone who was still a student of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. When this news spread throughout the Knights' Kingdom of Lorea within a day, all of the Knights' Kingdom of Lorea were dumbfounded. Yuzura's status in the Knights' Kingdom was not low. She was not the ruler of a kingdom, nor was she the beloved daughter of the ruler. Her status and background could not be compared to those princes and princesses from the royal family. But in terms of popularity and status, Yuzura was definitely the highest in the entire Lorimon Knight Kingdom. The Lorimon Knight Empire was the dragon breeding empire, a country that coexisted with the dragons and was closely related to them. Yuzura, on the other hand, was the person who had walked the furthest on the path of dragon breeding and had the most achievements. How could she not be famous? Moreover, not only did Yuzura have the beauty of a saintess, but she was also known as the strongest beauty in the world. Such an existence was very popular and had a high status. It was easy to imagine. Just think about it, Rebecca's popularity in the Ansari Academy was already earth-shattering. Her identity as a Holy Dragon Knight made her status comparable to that of a noble. Even Veronica, the first princess who supported the entire kingdom, could not forget Rebecca and hoped to recruit her. Then, in the hearts of the Knight citizens, Yuzura, who enjoyed the most popularity and was known as the strongest in the entire Lorimon Knight Kingdom. What was her status? To put it bluntly, she was like Rosa, who was worshipped by the entire Eluxtran continent. Like Maria, the people of Lorimon Night Kingdom all viewed Yuzura as their idol from the bottom of their hearts. Her popularity was very high. At least, in the entire Lorimon Night Kingdom, no one could compare to Yuzura. In fact, when people from other forces mentioned the knighthood of Lorea, the first thing they would think of would be dragons, and the second thing they would think of would not be anyone from the family of the knighthood. Instead, they would think of the leader of the Lorea Holy Dragon Knights, Ursula L. Sarvin. And now, this national idol was in a duel with a student from the Dragon Cultivation Academy. He was defeated. Let's not talk about how many people in Lorea knighthood would believe this. Just this news alone was enough to shock the entire knighthood of Lorea. However, the news had only spread for a day. Although everyone in the Knights' Kingdom of Lorea knew about it because of the content, the authenticity of the news was still in doubt. In fact, many of the knights didn't even know who had defeated Ursula. As such, in the Knights' Kingdom of Loriaman, many well-known media and related personnel rushed to Ansari in order to obtain the authenticity of this news and the details of the inside story. I believe that it won't be long before all the people in Knights Country know about this, even those outside Knights Country. After all, on that day, in the arena of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, more than 1,000 citizens of Ansari had witnessed the entire duel with their own eyes. Even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, reception room, sitting at the corner of a round table, Wu Yan's expression was slightly unnatural. Extremely strong gazes from all directions were like arrows piercing the heart, shooting straight at Wu Yan. Obviously, Wu Yan's seat was relatively difficult to notice, but everyone present didn't look at Veronica, who was sitting at the head of the table. Instead, they kept staring at him. Even Veronica narrowed her eyes and stared at him closely. The scene was bizarre to the extreme. What's even weirder is that this scene has remained the same ever since Wu Yan came in half an hour ago. It hasn't changed in the slightest. How could Wu Yan not feel unnatural? The fact that he didn't immediately run away from this strange scene was already praiseworthy. Under those intense gazes, Wu Yan felt a prickling sensation on his skin. Helplessly, he reached for the teacup on the table for the umpteenth time. He sipped on the tea as if he was trying to hide something. His heart was in a mess. Just like that, another 10 minutes passed, then 20 minutes passed, then 30 minutes quietly passed by. For an entire hour, he was stared at without blinking. No matter how patient Wu Yan was, he couldn't take it anymore. I say. Wu Yan closed his eyes as if he's trying to express his resentment. He raised his voice and broke the eerie silence of the scene. If you have any dissatisfaction with me, can you please say it directly? Rebecca, Sylvia, and Veronica, who were sitting at the same table as Wu Yan, smiled. Their expressions said, "I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time." Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. Of course I'm not dissatisfied. Rather, I should say that your performance is way too satisfying. Veronica knocked on the table and said meaningfully. However, compared to satisfaction, there are many, many questions. Just because of this? Wu Yan felt a faint sense of melancholy. Just because of this, you stared at me for an hour without blinking? We were getting to know you all over again. Rebecca's expression was both teasing and serious as she spoke in an extremely contradictory manner. After all, you're the one who defeated Commander Ursula and became the strongest person in the world. Don't put such a big hat on me. Wu Yan hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand, looking like he's afraid he can't avoid her. This made Sylvia feel very confused. What's with that expression? This was the glory that all the dragon cultivators, dragon knights, and even the Saint Heaven's dragon knights of the Leon knighthood wanted to achieve. Along with the glory, there's also the biggest problem. Wu Yan replied without hesitation. I still want to live a peaceful life, so please don't make things difficult for me. Become the strongest in the world. While it sounds like a good thing, Wu Yan already tried it out in the Sword Blade God domain world. He knows that fame is just as troublesome as it is. He doesn't want to have to choose a place where he can avoid the crowds and live by himself again. Unless it's like the later stages of Saw where he has a beautiful wife and cute little daughter to accompany him, otherwise, he'd rather die than go through that again. Sylvia frowned when Wu Yen failed to evade in time. Your attitude is the biggest blow to those who dream of defeating Commander Ursula. You don't feel any glory for defeating Commander Ursula? I really wonder if you're a citizen of Raymond. Wu Yen rolled his eyes and didn't want to bother with him anymore. Veronica and Rebecca looked at each other and shook their heads. Originally, I wanted to use Ursula's hand to see if this kid is a Holy Sky Dragon Knight or not. At the same time, I wanted to see his fall. Veronica let out a rare bitter smile. In the end, we didn't find out if he's a Dragon Knight or not. Fall did see it, but I'll never forget the scene of this kid's summoning Fall. That dragon is too strong, too beautiful. Rebecca looked at Wu Yen. Her emerald eyes glowed with curiosity. To be able to survive in its master's body as a newborn, possess such power, and have that white flame, what kind of dragon is it? Rebecca expressed the thoughts of everyone present. Unlike other ferocious-looking dragons, Wu Yan's Fall was simply too good-looking. Of course, good-looking was only secondary. More importantly, its power and white flame were simply too shocking. Everyone had no choice but to react that way. That was why Rebecca, Sylvia, Veronica and the others gathered here, hoping that Wu Yen could answer their questions. However, it was clear that they wouldn't be able to wait that long. Forget it. Seeing that Wu Yen didn't want to say anything, Veronica rubbed her forehead as if giving up. She stood up and walked outside. Seeing this, the others looked at each other and followed after him. Chapter 1351. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, First School Building. Wu Yen, Rebecca, and Sylvia followed Veronica to the first school building where Sylvanus was parked. They stood in front of the first school building and looked at Veronica. Veronica's purpose in coming to Ansari was to comfort the citizens who had been frightened by the Corpse Ash Dragon's attack. Secondly, she wanted to personally investigate the Corpse Ash Dragon's attack. Perhaps there was a third reason, which was to see Sylvia. Now, including the last unknown purpose, all three purposes of coming to Ansari have been completed. It's time for Veronica to leave Ansari. Unlike Sylvia, who is still a student, Veronica has to deal with state affairs and can't stay in Ansari for too long. If it wasn't for the duel between Wu Yen, Sylvia, and Yuzura and Wall, Veronica wouldn't have stayed here for 3 days. Now, it's been a day since the duel ended. In other words, Veronica has been in Ansari for 5 days. That time was simply too long, so it's time to leave. In front of the first school building of Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, the mayor, the dean, Yeshua, and Yak formed a group again. They came to see Veronica off. Apart from them, in front of Sylvanus on the empty ground of the first school building, Gulien led a group of personal guards and their Fall. They lined up neatly and prepared to escort Veronica. At the center of these holy dragons, there was a holy dragon that was more than twice the size of the other holy dragons. Its aura was ferocious, and it was the most eye-catching one. It attracted the attention of more than 80% of the people present. Holy Dragon Galahad. Loriaman Holy Dragon Knights Commander Yuzura. L. Sarvan's Fall. The famous Silent Knight Saintess was also present. It would be better to say that 80% of the attention on the scene was actually focused on the legendary figure who was standing in front of Gaharad. Her appearance was stunning, and she was as holy as a saintess. However, when Wu Yen arrived, everyone's attention was on him. Including Yuzura. No matter how big the commotion caused by Ursula's defeat was, everyone in the Ansari Federation knew about it. It was this person who defeated the invincible Yuzura and pulled her down from her pedestal. So, everyone was curious about Wu Yen. Yuzura's eyes lit up when she saw Wu Yen walking towards her. Her lips curled into a grin. The saintess's smile made everyone present dazed. Yuzura? Veronica was surprised to see Yuzura here. Veronica was a little surprised. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to rest? Your Highness Veronica. Yuzura stopped looking at Wu Yen and bowed to Veronica. Thank you for your concern, Princess Veronica. I'm fine. Yuzura looked straight at Wu Yen, her clear eyes rippled with rich light. The moment the holy knight armor was shattered, Lord Lune stopped his attack. That's why I didn't suffer any injuries. I just fainted. She fixed her gaze on Wu Yan's face as she spoke. Her clear eyes are like sweet fruit wine, it's easy to lose yourself in them. Being stared at by such a beautiful girl, even Wu Yan couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Everyone in the surroundings had also quieted down. They looked at the man and woman who had been opponents yesterday and secretly guessed what kind of friction would occur between the two of them. Under everyone's gaze, Yuzura lifted her feet and slowly walked in front of Wu Yan. Rune-sama, thank you for going easy on me yesterday. Yuzura looked at Wu Yan in the eye and she sincerely thanked him. I said that I wouldn't be merciful, but in the end, Lord Rune, you showed me mercy. I'm ashamed, shouldn't I be the one ashamed? Wu Yan looked away awkwardly. He didn't dare to look into Yuzura's clear and beautiful eyes. Not only because Yuzura is extremely beautiful, but also because from Wu Yan's point of view, he could see a pair of round breasts hidden under the paladin armor. Wu Yan couldn't help but recall the scene where he incinerated her paladin armor. He saw her beautiful body in a sea of white flames and his heart started to heat up. He could only look away to prevent himself from losing his composure. It's a pity that I can't witness Lord Lune's full strength. Ursula, who had no idea that her entire body had been seen, or perhaps she knew but did not mention it, said in a regretful tone from the bottom of her heart. If possible, I really want to fight Lord Rowan with his full power. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow when he heard that. How can you be sure I didn't use my full power? Lord Rowan's fall, that white dragon definitely has more power than that, I can feel it. Yuzura said solemnly. Besides, Lord Rowan didn't equip the paladin armor. Lord Rowan held back too much in yesterday's battle. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Indeed, Wu Yan didn't equip the paladin armor from beginning to end, but he still defeated the world's strongest Yuzura. Then, how strong was this person's true strength? Thinking of this, everyone could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. You make it sound like I'm a saintly dragon knight. Wu Yan blinked. Maybe I haven't gotten Fall to submit to me yet? If even my lord can't make your Buer submit, then there won't be any holy sky dragon knights in the entire Lorium knighthood. Ursula gave what could be said to be the highest evaluation. Her eyes were shining brightly, and she seemed to be in a good mood. With a faint smile, Yuzura slowly extended her hand to Wu Yan. If there's a chance, Lord Rowan, please fight me again. Ignoring the shocked crowd, Ursula looked at Wu Yan with sincerity. You're the only one who can defeat me. I hope to see your full power. A silent atmosphere suddenly descended in this world, causing everyone to hold their breaths as they stared blankly at the two people in front of them. Wu Yan looked at Ursula's bright eyes and solemn expression. He couldn't help but sigh. Wu Yan couldn't see any dejection or unwillingness in Ursula's eyes. Instead, he could see excitement and optimism coming from the bottom of her heart. So what if she's famous? So what if she's beautiful? Invincible? Strongest? This also means that there are no like-minded friends who are qualified to stay by his side. It means that he's lonely. In the end, this girl who's been rumored to be a goddess is just a lonely person. I understand. Wu Yan retracted his smile and reached out his hand to shake that soft and jade-like hand. Next time, I will defeat you in an instant. It's not a declaration of war, it's a declaration of victory. Wu Yan is telling Yuzura that she's not alone in this world. For a moment, Yuzura smiled. She smiled so beautifully that all the colors in the world were concentrated on her beautiful smile. Everyone around, regardless of whether they were men or women, was mesmerized by that unbelievably beautiful smile. Thank you. Yuzura bowed respectfully, flung her cloak, and walked back to Veronica's side with her head held high and her chest puffed out. Her steps were extremely light. The dream that she thought she had lost once again returned to her heart. This time, Yuzura's dream, her goal, is to surpass this man who declared victory. Lebecca, Sylvia, Veronica, and the rest couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Ursula glowing from head to toe. It's worth coming to Ansari this time. Veronica chuckled, then looked at Wu Yan. So, Lorimon, do you really not intend to join my Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights? Chapter 1352. Join Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights? Hearing Princess Veronica's invitation, everyone's eyes focused on Wu Yan. When she first came to the Ansari Academy, Veronica also invited Wu Yan once. But that time, Wu Yan refused. Now, Veronica sent out an invitation again. But this time, no one was surprised by Veronica's invitation. Although the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights were the most famous and glorious knights in Lorimon, not just anyone could join them. At the very least, if one wasn't a dragon knight, then they definitely wouldn't be qualified to join. But would Wu Yan not be qualified to join? He was someone who could even defeat the commander of Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights. If even someone like him wasn't qualified to join Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights, then as Ursula said, no one in this world was qualified. I hope you can think about it. Veronica's face was unprecedentedly serious. It could even be said that she was sincere. You're really strong, not just in terms of strength. You're also outstanding in terms of logical thinking. It's a waste for someone as talented as you to stay in the academy. I think so too, Lord Lorimon. On the side, Ursula couldn't help but change her indifferent attitude and sincerely tried to persuade Lorimon. To be honest, I've always felt that it's not a good choice for me to be the commander of Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights. Although I have the power to deter my subordinates, in terms of management, I'm really not good at it. After saying that, Ursula seemed to think that her words weren't shocking enough, so she didn't give up until she was shocked to death. If you're willing to join Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights, Ursula is willing to step down and give you the position of commander. Lord Lorimon. When these words came out, everyone's expression changed. Veronica was also silent. Obviously, Veronica didn't have any objections to Ursula's words. Become the commander of Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights? Yashur was shocked. Lorimon. Sylvia slightly shifted her gaze to Wu Yan. In her heart, she was happy for Wu Yan's honor, but there was also a trace of reluctance that even Sylvia didn't notice. Commander. Lebecca lowered her head and pondered for a moment before looking at Wu Yan. Lorimon, you should really consider Highness Veronica's words. This is a rare opportunity. When she said this, she felt a stab of pain in her heart. She didn't want to admit that she had such a stupid idea, but she wanted to keep Wu Yan by her side. She didn't want him to leave with Veronica. But Lebecca still decided Lord Lorimon Dragon Knights. After all, Lorimon was the commander of the Holy Dragon Knights. Whether it was status or reputation, he was second only to one and above all. At the very least, in the Kingdom of Knights, apart from the Night King and Veronica, no one could make Ursula kneel. Even the Night King and Veronica could only make Ursula kneel on one knee. If Wu Yan could become the commander, he would reach the heavens in a single bound. As if he saw through everyone's thoughts, Wu Yan glanced at the crowd and sighed. Veronica. Wu Yan didn't address Veronica as Her Highness anymore, he called her by her name. Veronica wasn't displeased at all. Instead, she looked straight at Wu Yan. Veronica knew that Wu Yan didn't have any respect for her. Their usual honorifics were nothing more than a casual way of addressing each other. This also meant that once Wu Yan called her by her name, it was time for Wu Yan to get serious. Thank you for your invitation. Wu Yan glanced at the impatient yak. However, I have my own reasons for staying in the academy. Hearing Wu Yan's rejection, the people around him sucked in a deep breath. They didn't think that there would be someone in Lorimon who would refuse to become the commander of the Holy Dragon Knights. Wasn't this a little too foolish? Even Ursula felt pity for Wu Yan. Only Lebecca and Sylvia heaved a sigh of relief, and their expressions eased considerably. Veronica's expression didn't change. She probably expected Wu Yan's answer. It seems that subduing you is much harder than I thought. Veronica shook her head and stared at Wu Yan. Since you won't accept my invitation, then you'll have to accept the other thing. Wu Yan and Co flinched when they heard this. Sylvia's eyes, which were the same color as Sylvia's, gradually focused. Sylvia suddenly reached out her hand to Gulian. A sword. Yes. Gulian respectfully bowed and handed a luxurious golden knight's sword to Veronica. Veronica grabbed the sword and pulled it out of its scabbard. She slowly walked towards Wu Yan. Your Highness Veronica. Royal sister. Rebecca and Sylvia were rather shocked at this sight. The people in the surroundings began to clamor as well. Could it be that Her Highness Veronica is angry because of Wu Yan's repeated rejections? Wu Yan frowned but didn't do anything. Instead, he silently watched Veronica approach. Veronica nodded and raised her voice as if she was announcing something. First year of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy's advanced course, Rune Randall. In the name of Veronica Yamamoto, I hereby appoint Veronica Yamamoto. In the name of Loriaman, I hereby appoint you as a Dragon Knight. A Dragon Knight? Rebecca, Sylvia, and the others' eyes lit up. They finally understood Veronica's actions. There were different levels of masters who had dragons as their partners. The most basic of all was to obtain a dragon cultivator who had successfully obtained fall. Following that was the Dragon Knight. The difference between a Dragon Knight and a dragon breeder was the state of ball. When a dragon was born, it was divided into 3 forms, a pterosaur, an earth dragon, and a water dragon. However, in the process of being nurtured by humans, they had a chance to evolve into a holy dragon based on their master's ability and the bloodline growth of the pterosaur, earth dragon, and water dragon. The moment a dragon breeder, Ball, transformed into a holy dragon, a dragon breeder would have the right to become a dragon knight. At that time, the royal family of the Knights of Lorimon would summon the outstanding dragon breeder and give him a silver pocket watch called the Dragon Knight Certificate, officially appointing him as a dragon knight. That was what Veronica was doing right now. As for whether Wu Yan's ball was a holy dragon or not, there was no need to prove it. If a dragon that wasn't a holy dragon could defeat Ursula, it would truly be heaven-defying. Rune Randall. Veronica rested her knight's sword on Wu Yan's shoulder. Are you willing to swear an oath and sacrifice everything you have in the name of a dragon knight to protect the knighthood of Lorimon? Looking at Veronica's grim expression, Wu Yan bitterly laughed inside. He knelt down on one knee and with a completely formulaic tone, he made a statement that didn't even scratch an itch. I am willing to bet my star carving and ball. Very good. Veronica sheathed her sword in satisfaction and took out a silver pocket watch with the royal family of the Knights of Lorimon engraved on it. She handed it to Wu Yan. From today onwards, you are a Dragon Knight of Lorimon. Yes. Following the procedure that every dragon breeder had to follow, Wu Yan took the silver pocket watch from Veronica and placed it on his chest where his heart was. Clap, 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 clap. Immediately, a warm round of applause could be heard from all directions. It was rare to be able to witness a dragon knight's appointment ceremony with one's own eyes. Well then, it's time for me to go. After announcing the end of the ceremony, Veronica turned her head and looked at Sylvia. Her gaze suddenly sharpened. Sylvia, since you've grown a little, I'll acknowledge you this time. But if I hear even the slightest bit of bad news about you, you know the consequences. Under Veronica's sharp gaze, Sylvia shrunk her neck in embarrassment. But when she saw Wu Yan's smiling eyes, she calmed down and puffed out her chest. I won't let you down, royal sister. Veronica curled her lips and a smile appeared on her face. Chapter 1353. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, Apollyon. Cheers. Inside Wu Yan's dorm room, Rebecca, Sylvia, Cosette, Yeshu, Yak, and the others gathered at the dining table in the middle of the room. They raised their cups filled with fruit wine and they clinked them against Wu Yan's cup before he could react. With a ding sound, they downed the wine. Ha! Yak was the first to finish the large cup of fruit wine in her hand. She couldn't wait to look at the dishes on the table. Can we eat now? At the side, Yeshio picked up a handkerchief and wiped the fruit wine from the corner of Aika's mouth. You haven't congratulated Roland yet. Tisk, humans sure are troublesome to the core. Aika pursed her lips in displeasure. She looked at Wu Yan unwillingly. Congratulations on becoming a dragon rider. Congratulations, Roland. Congratulations. Lebecca, Sylvia, Yashur, and the others also smiled and gave their congratulations. Even Cosette smiled and raised his cup to express his congratulations. Well, thank you guys. Wu Yan said that, but he still couldn't let go of the burden on his face. But it's only becoming a dragon rider. Is there a need to go to such lengths to celebrate? What do you mean only becoming a dragon rider? Sylvia was the first to put on a serious face. A dragon rider is not only the national treasure of Lorieman, it's also the #1 dream of every dragon breeder. Even our academy only has 5 dragon riders. Including you, there are 6 in total. Isn't that worth celebrating? In the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, every dragon breeder par's birth has to be celebrated, let alone the birth of a dragon rider. Lebecca winked playfully. When I became a dragon knight, everyone in the dormitory gathered to celebrate. The entire dorm? Wu Yan looked at Lebecca in surprise. The entire dorm is considered pretty good. Lebecca glanced at Sylvia in amusement when she saw Wu Yan's surprised expression. When Sylvia became a dragon rider, it was even more exaggerated. Not only was the entire academy celebrating, but the entire royal family also spread the word of Lorieman. The Knight royal family has also spread the news to the entire Knight Kingdom of Lorraine, causing more than half of the Knight Kingdom to fall into a festive mood. Isn't that a little too exaggerated? Wu Yan was speechless. Dragon cultivators who could obtain fall were extremely rare, and those who could make fall evolve into a holy dragon and become a dragon knight were even rarer. Even in the entire Ansari Academy, there were only 5 or 6 of them. It was easy to imagine. Just how many dragon knights were there? However, in the entire Lorieman knighthood, there were still quite a lot of dragon knights compared to the truly rare existence of the Holy Sky Dragon Knights. So, it was indeed a bit exaggerated for the entire country to celebrate the birth of a dragon knight. I didn't want to. Sylvia's expression turned ugly as she recalled what happened back then. But in the royal family of Lorieman. Now, I'm the only one with par. Plus, I'm the 4th princess. Father, sister, and the others all said they should celebrate and report the good news to the entire kingdom. In the end, it became like that. Now, the royal family of Lorieman had 5 members. They were the royal family of Lorieman, the 1st Princess Veronica, the 2nd Princess, the 3rd Princess, and the 4th Princess Sylvia. Originally, there were 7 members of the royal house of Lorieman, but the queen, Sylvia's birth mother, had passed away. Prince Julius had also been executed for the crime of slaying a dragon. Without those 2, the royal house of Lorieman was left with only 5 members. Among the 5, Sylvia was the only one who was reborn at the age of 7 and became a dragon breeder. In the end, she became a dragon rider. It was understandable that the royal family of Lorieman would want to celebrate. If we really want to count it, it's actually a very small celebration with just the few of us. Lebecca rubbed her chin and pretended to be serious. You're now a member of the student council. You're also the one who ended the undefeated legend of Commander Yusula. Shouldn't we publicize it and at least let the citizens of Ansari celebrate? I think it's a good time to celebrate. Without hesitation, Wu Yan raised his glass and said resolutely. I'll accept your blessings. Cheers. Then, as if afraid that Lebecca would regret it and die, Wu Yan drank the fruit wine in his glass in one gulp. He almost choked. Everyone in the dorm couldn't help but laugh. Ugh. While Wu Yan choked on his food, Yaku sneakily reached out to grab the food on the table and swallowed it in one gulp, also whimpered and rolled her eyes. Hey. Didn't I tell you to eat later? Yashur patted Yak's back in a flurry. You're not the main character today. Why do I feel like you're busier than anyone else? Huh? Yak, who finally caught her breath, glared at Yashur fiercely. As a holy and noble dragon, I'm already giving face by coming to this stupid, ignorant, and stupid humans party. Do you still have a problem with that? You. Yashu immediately smiled dangerously. That stupid, ignorant and stupid human you speak of defeated the strongest Saint Dragon Knight in this world. If you're too arrogant, be careful that he doesn't release that dragon. Upon hearing that, the image of the white dragon's burning flames, graceful figure and terrifying white sea of fire flashed across Yak's mind. Her aura instantly weakened. What? At that moment, Aiko stammered weakly and powerlessly. If it's me, I can do it too. Yes. Yashur brushed her off disapprovingly. Yak almost went berserk. Corset had no choice but to step forward and mediate the situation. Lord Yashur, no matter what, today is a celebration. Just let Yak eat to her heart's content. Dragons are the symbol of the knighthood. Sylvia also stood on Yak's side. Even if Yak isn't the main character, Yak should still be the most distinguished guest. Sylvia and Corset are the most sensible. Yak instantly nodded, causing Yashur to be slightly unconvinced. If you guys spoil her like this, be careful that she doesn't take advantage of you. Bang! Before Yashur could finish speaking, Aiko ruthlessly kicked him in the chest. Goo-hoo! Yashur let out a strange howl as he was sent flying and heavily crashed into the wall. The impact caused the entire room to shake. Some of the items placed on the table and the bed fell to the ground and scattered all over the floor. You guys. Are you really here to celebrate with me? Wu Yan was dumbfounded. I strongly suspect that you guys are here to tear down my house. Humph. Yak snorted and turned her head away. A mere watchdog. If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll really climb over my head. Looks like I haven't taught him enough. S-train? Sylvia's face instantly turned red as she glared at Yashur, who was wailing in grief. Why you guys are doing something unhealthy? You're the shame of our Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. I can roughly guess what you're thinking, but I'm sure your imagination is wrong. Lebecca said in an outsider's tone. Besides, even though Yak is in human form, her power is truly of the dragon attribute. Even if Yashur wants to, I don't think he has the guts. Pervert without the guts? Cosette chuckled. It was unknown whether he was taking pleasure in Yashur's misfortune or adding insult to injury. Lord Yashur, you're surprisingly useless. Being attacked both physically and mentally by everyone at the scene, Yashur was so angry that he fell unconscious on the ground. Serves you right. Aiko mercilessly added another stab. At this moment, an item that fell to the ground due to the tremors entered Yak's sight. Her eyes lit up and she cried out in surprise. Wah! With lightning speed, Alec leaped over and picked it up. What is this? It's so cute. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at the object in Aiko's hand and saw the full appearance of the object. It was an extremely cartoonish dragon-shaped plushie. Sylvia trembled as she looked at the dragon-shaped doll. It was as if she was struck by lightning. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 1354. Lebecca looked at the dragon-shaped plushie in Yak's hands with curiosity in her emerald eyes. It's quite cute. But why is there a plushie here? Isn't this the plushie Sir Roland always hung by his bed? Corset, who had become Wu Yan's personal maid in the morning, immediately recognized the plushie and tilted her head. I've always thought this plushie looked familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Lebecca and Yak nodded nonchalantly at Cosette's words and didn't take it to heart. Only Sylvia's eyes flickered violently as she stared at the dragon-shaped doll. You too. Wu Yan snatched the dragon-shaped plushie from Yak's hands and curled his lips in annoyance. Not only are you planning to tear down my house, but you're also interested in my stuff? You're a man, what are you doing with a plushie? Lebecca's expression turned strange. Roland, don't tell me you actually like dolls and stuff like that? I feel like there's more to your words. Wu Yan rubbed his temples and raised the dragon-shaped plushie. Someone gave me this plushie. Gave? Lebecca and Corset looked at each other with interest on their faces. Gave? Sylvia abruptly took a step forward and asked with an agitated expression. Who gave it to you? When did you give it to me? Where did you give it to me? Sylvia, Her Highness? Sylvia's agitated expression made her even more agitated. Rebecca, Cosette, Yak, and the others were surprised. What's wrong? Wu Yan looked at the doll in his hand with a doubtful look. He asked in a doubtful tone. Is there something wrong? Don't worry about it. Tell me. Sylvia became more and more agitated and her eyes reddened. She grabbed Wu Yan's hand with all her might. This is very important to me. Please tell me. This. Rebecca, Cosette, and Yak looked at each other when they saw that Sylvia seemed to be on the verge of hysteria. After this period of time, everyone present knew that although this princess was a little immature, she was still very much in line with her identity in other aspects. But now, Sylvia's behavior. Wasn't this already related to making trouble out of nothing? Why were they so excited? Wu Yan frowned. Staring into Sylvia's eyes, looking at the uncontrollable excitement on her face and the wavering in her eyes, he was extremely puzzled, but he did not choose to hide it. This was about 9 years ago. At the larval ritual in the Abayan forest, Zhang Lixing, a little girl I met, gave it to me. 9 years ago? Abayan forest? Youngling ritual? Sylvia's expression changed drastically. She grabbed Wu Yan's hand tighter and tighter. A trace of hope appeared in her icy blue eyes. She was a little nervous. With a hint of nervousness, Sylvia's gaze seemed to want to burn a hole in Wu Yan's face. It became extremely intense. Then do you remember when it was 9 years ago? Yes. Wu Yan felt Sylvia's strange and passionate gaze and nodded with difficulty. He scratched his face. It was at the juvenile ritual in the moon of Aries. Before he finished, Wu Yan's eyes widened and he panicked. What? What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? After hearing what Wu Yan said, Sylvia actually shed tears. Your Highness? What? What's wrong? Don't cry. Rebecca was so shocked that she even used honorifics. Yak was also nervous and clumsy as she stuttered. Cosette, on the other hand, was stunned. 9 years ago on the moon of Aries? With a face full of astonishment, Cosette opened her mouth in astonishment. Your Highness's birthday was on the moon of Aries. She was 7 years old 9 years ago. Wah! Rebecca was shocked. Sylvia's birthday was on the moon of Aries. She was 7 years old 9 years ago. Wu Yan's dragon-shaped plushie was given to him by a little girl at the youngling ritual in the Abayan forest on the moon of Aries. Coupled with Sylvia's abnormal behavior. Could it be? Yak seemed to have come to the same conclusion. She looked at Wu Yan. Sylvia didn't give you this cute plushie, did she? Ha! Wu Yan slowly opened his mouth. His mind was in a mess when he saw Sylvia crying uncontrollably. It can't be that coincidental, right? Sylvia was the little girl he met 9 years ago, the one who failed to be selected in the youngling ceremony and was given a youngling by him? Wu Yan didn't know what to do. Looking at the man in front of her who was at a loss of what to do, Sylvia's memories, which had become blurry after nearly 10 years, regained their clarity once again. Sylvia could still remember that 9 years ago, she had failed to be chosen by the Mother of Dragons during the youngling ritual. Just as Sylvia wept helplessly, a big brother who should not have appeared in the youngling ritual and should be in his teens or 20s appeared before her, granting her youngling and miraculously making her a dragon breeder. Due to the passing of nearly a decade and the fact that she was still a child at the time, Sylvia didn't remember the big brother's appearance very clearly. The only thing she remembered was the name that big brother left behind before he left. Wu Yan. Sylvia looked up and stared into Wu Yan's eyes. You're Wu Yan? When he said that, everyone quieted down and Wu Yan confirmed his suspicions. Sylvia was the little girl from back then. You really are that little girl from back then? Wu Yan laughed bitterly. How could there be such a coincidence, Wu Yan? Rebecca looked at Wu Yan meaningfully. Is that your real name? Rebecca, Sylvia, Cosette, Yak and Yashu, who was still clutching his chest, looked at Wu Yan. No one here knew about Wu Yan's background. However, they already knew that Rebecca was the one who gave Wu Yan his name. It wasn't his real name. Thus, everyone was curious about Wu Yan's name. This was especially true for Rebecca and Sylvia, whose eyes were burning with passion. Of course, the reason was different. Rebecca was excited because she could finally understand some things about Wu Yan. Sylvia was excited because she wanted to confirm whether the person in front of her was the one who gave her a new lease on life. Wu Yan sighed when he saw everyone looking at him with different natures but similar gazes. There's nothing to hide. Indeed, my real name is Wu Yan. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. It's really you. Sylvia looked at Wu Yan in a daze. But, that's not right. Sylvia didn't remember the big brother who gave her life clearly because too much time had passed, but she at least remembered that he was a big brother in his teens or 20s. As for Wu Yan, he looked to be in his teens or 20s. Could it be that Wu Yan's appearance didn't change at all after 10 years? He even became her classmate? Sylvia wanted to laugh, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. Of course, Wu Yan knows what Sylvia is thinking. This is also the reason why he didn't know what to do when he found out that Sylvia is the little girl from back then. He quickly pulled Sylvia over and turned around with his back facing everyone. Sylvia, I was already like this when you saw me as a child. Please, don't tell anyone about this. Sylvia wanted to ask why, but when she saw Wu Yan's pleading expression, her heart softened. I understand. Sylvia clenched her teeth and agreed. She didn't know what kind of emotion she was feeling. I'll say that you're from the same batch of children as me to participate in the youngsters' ceremony. That's good. Wu Yan nodded gratefully at Sylvia and explained to Rebecca and the others in distress. Sylvia looked at Wu Yan the entire time. She didn't shift her gaze for a single moment. Chapter 1355. Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy, Epona. Sylvia was lying on the bed in her revealing white pajamas, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Raising her head and looking at the bright moon and stars hanging high in the night sky outside the window, such a peaceful scene was unable to calm the restless heart in Sylvia's heart, causing her to sigh repeatedly. Sitting up from the bed, Sylvia lowered her head and looked at the star carving that was slightly above the center of her chest. She could not help but reach out and stroke it. This star carving shouldn't have appeared on Sylvia's body. After all, Sylvia didn't make it to the youngling ritual. However, that man had given Sylvia hope, a miracle that she had thought was impossible to obtain. Even now, Sylvia was still puzzled. Why is it that after almost 10 years, Wu Yan still looks so young? With that appearance, even if she didn't know his exact age, she could still pass as a student. Also, wasn't the mother of dragons the only one who could give a human youngling life? Why was Wu Yan able to give her a youngling? Thinking about it, Sylvia realized that her understanding of Wu Yan was close to nothing, be it in the past or the present. However, it was the same. Be it in the past or the present, Wu Yan helped Sylvia regain her new life. During the youngling ritual, he gave her a youngling and made her a dragon cultivator. When the youngling went berserk, not only did he save her, he even gave her a slap and helped her walk out of her misconceptions. During the corpse ash dragon's attack, Lancelot had personally taught him a lesson, telling him what courage was. What strength was. When Veronica arrived, she gave her a chance to prove herself, helped her become stronger, and helped her obtain unimaginable achievements. Even now, Sylvia still couldn't believe that she relied on her own strength. She defeated one of the top 20 dragon knights in the world. However, the method of using the dance of the penetrating dragon's breath that entered her mind told her that it was all true. The past returned to Sylvia's mind one by one. She realized that without Wu Yan's help, she was nothing. He had already sworn an oath during the ceremony of youth. She swore to become an outstanding knight and not let down Wu Yan's kindness. But in the end, without Wu Yan's help, she wouldn't be where she is now. If Wu Yan didn't come to the Ansari Dragon Academy, then, she would still be like before and close herself off to the path of becoming an outstanding knight. She was still that aggressive and unreasonable Princess Blue Ice, wasn't she? Of course, if that was the case, she wouldn't have friends like Lebecca, Yak, and Yashur. Furthermore, when the corpse ash dragon attacked Ansari, she could only hide in the academy and tremble in fear. After that, when Sister Veronica came to Ansari, she wouldn't admit that she was like that. She would think that Sylvia was a disgrace to the Wang family and marry Sir Jirian so that she could become a breeding tool. So, it was because of him that I could walk the path of becoming an outstanding knight. Sylvia could feel the warmth from Wu Yan's body through the star carving on her chest. Her face started to burn. Of course, what Sylvia isn't sure about is how she's going to face Wu Yan with these complicated feelings in the future. Actually, Your Highness, you just need to face your own feelings. Just as this thought surfaced in Sylvia's mind, a voice that seemed to have seen through her thoughts and as if it had been calculated rang out in a timely manner. It was a pity that the timid Sylvia was frightened by this sudden response. She wanted to scream, but a soft hand covered her mouth and stuffed her words in her throat. Shortly after, the owner of the voice didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought Your Highness would have changed a lot by now. Who knew that your reaction would still be so timid? This time, Sylvia finally heard the voice clearly. She turned to the source of the voice and her eyes widened slightly. Cosette. Yes, it's me. Cosette smiled helplessly and Sylvia complained angrily. Please, can you not scare me when you know me well? Your Highness, you didn't recognize my voice. Not only did Cosette not admit her mistake like a subordinate, she even made a false accusation. If Your Highness hadn't been thinking about Sir Roland, you wouldn't have failed to recognize my voice. What? Sylvia stared blankly for a moment before her face flushed red and she started stammering. Who's thinking about Roland? Your Highness, don't even think about hiding it from outsiders, let alone me. Cosette clicked his tongue and shook his finger. Princess, if you plan to hide it from me, then there will be no one to help you. I. Sylvia was at a loss for words. She pursed her lips and mustered up her courage. Cosette, what do you think I should do? Before asking what to do, Your Highness, you should answer a question of mine. Cosette didn't hide her curiosity at all. Your Highness, do you like Sir Roland? Like? Sylvia's cheeks were so red that water was about to drip out. She lowered her head and shyly pointed her fingers together. I don't know. Then, Your Highness, think about it carefully. Sir Roland treated you so well. Cosette said with a smile. Think about the way Lord Roar saved you when the baby dragon went berserk, the way he rode Lancelot and carried Her Royal Highness to bravely suppress the corpse grey dragon, the way he helped Her Royal Highness become stronger and obtained Her Royal Highness Veronica's approval. Also, the way Lord Roar interacted with you during the juvenile ritual. Hearing this, Sylvia couldn't help but recall the various things that she had just recalled, and a dazed smile unknowingly appeared on her face. Hee. Seeing this scene clearly, Cosette laughed slyly. It seems that Your Highness has already understood your feelings for Sir Roland. Sylvia was startled. Looking at Cosette's teasing expression, she suddenly felt ashamed and rolled her eyes at Cosette. So what? It's very simple. Cosette's next words almost made Sylvia jump up in fright. Your Highness, just go down and confess to Sir Roland. Wah. Sylvia's eyes widened. She looked at Cosette in disbelief. Why you want me to confess? That's right. Cosette said in a seemingly kind manner. Since Your Highness understands your feelings, you should confess as soon as possible. Otherwise, look at Lord Loon. He has an invincible dragon riding skill and invincible strength. Even Captain Yuzura is no match for him. He's also a good cook. With such good qualities, he'll attract other girls sooner or later. The other girls? This time, Sylvia had no choice but to hesitate. Look at President Lebecca. She seems to be interested in Sir Roland as well. Cosette struck while the iron was hot when she saw Sylvia wavering. Although I don't want to deal a blow to Your Highness, are you confident that Your Highness can win against that President Lebecca? Sylvia was speechless. Although Rebecca was only a noble and couldn't compare to the fourth princess, Sylvia had been born as a princess, while Rebecca had relied on her own talent and hard work to become a one-in-a-million Saint Sky Dragon Knight, an achievement she had achieved on her own. Coupled with her outstanding looks, hot body, transcendent temperament and perfect upbringing. Compete with Rebecca? Sylvia had no confidence at all. Fortunately, President Rebecca doesn't seem to have completely fallen. She only has a good impression of Lord Loon. Cosette analyzed. This is a good opportunity for your highness to seize. But. Sylvia wavered. Your highness, you don't even dare to confess? Cosette gave her a final dose of ruthless medicine. If her highness Veronica finds out, she'll think you're useless again. Sylvia's expression changed, and her eyes instantly turned vicious. Chapter 1356. Ansari Dragon Academy, Apollo Lodge. Apollo Lodge was very quiet at night. It was so quiet that even the chirping of cicadas could be heard as a lullaby, lulling everyone in Apollo Lodge into a deep sleep. Or rather, it was already so late at night. As long as they had a normal routine, they would be asleep at this time. However, at this time when everyone was supposed to be sleeping, two girls were quietly walking along the corridor of Apollo's abode, heading straight in a certain direction. These two girls were none other than Sylvia and Cosette, who had just been exchanging thoughts in the Epinache royal family's private room. If others knew that the dignified fourth princess of Lorraine knighthood actually brought her personal maid to sneak into the boys' dormitory at night, it would probably cause a huge uproar in the knighthood of Lorraine knighthood. Then, Veronica would fly over and punish this princess who ruined the reputation of the Wang family. There was only one reason why Sylvia and Cosette snuck into the male dormitory at night when others were sleeping. Cosette watched as Sylvia sneaked into Wu Yan's room. Cosette walked briskly without making any sound. He let out a soft sigh. Although I did say that we should seize the opportunity and confess as soon as possible, Your Highness, you don't have to be so quick, right? Can't you wait until tomorrow? Shut up. Sylvia turned around and glared at Cosette. Her ears were flushed red. Who do you think did this to? I only said to confess as soon as possible, I didn't say to confess immediately. Cosette said impudently. Your Highness, you rushed over after hearing my words. I couldn't stop you even if I wanted to, as if. If you wanted to stop me, why couldn't you stop me? Sylvia exposed Cosette. You just wanted to watch a good show, so you chose to watch from the sidelines. But Your Highness, you were the one who rushed over. What? What can I do? Who would have thought that after hearing what you said, would feel anxious and unknowingly run over here? I regret it now. That's right. Your Highness, it's not too late for you to retreat, right? Sylvia stopped in her tracks when she heard that, and a conflicted expression appeared on her face. Why didn't I think of that? In front of love. Women are blind. Cosette shrugged his shoulders. I didn't believe that before. Now I do. Sylvia glared angrily at Cosette. She turned around. All right, let's hurry up and leave this place before anyone notices us, she finished. Sylvia lifted her feet and walked towards the entrance, but she had only taken 2 or 3 steps when a strong hand grabbed the back of her collar. Since you're already here, how can you just run away? Cosette had a frightening smile on her face. Cosette used a gentle yet unquestionable strength. She dragged Sylvia towards Wu Yan's room. Wait, poor Sylvia, without Lancelot, her combat power is only at 5 points. Compared to Cosette, who is extremely proficient in espionage and combat techniques, even if she struggled with all her might it would be useless. She couldn't even scream, so she could only be dragged to the door of Wu Yan's room with grief and indignation. We're here, Your Highness. Cosette stood in place and looked at Sylvia with a kind expression. Please come in. Cosette opened the door to Wu Yan's room. Sylvia was stunned. Doesn't he lock the door when he sleeps at night? Your Highness, have you forgotten that I come here every morning to bring breakfast to Lord Loon? Cosette opened her palm. There was a key lying in her palm. So, I already have the key to Lord Loon's room, is that so? Although I didn't get Lord Loon's permission, isn't that trespassing? Don't mind these trivial matters. Cosette took a step back and opened the door before speaking to Sylvia with a grin. Your Highness, please come in, me? Sylvia had a bad feeling about this. What about you? Although I like to play, I don't want to be a light bulb. Cosette smiled meaningfully. If I'm here, I might disturb the two of you. It's better if I stay here and wait for your Highness. How? How can that be? Sylvia was in a sorry state. Without you, I have to be alone with Loon, right? Era. Cosette looked at Sylvia in surprise. Her eyes were full of smiles. Isn't it better for the two of you to be alone? Maybe after the confession, Her Royal Highness and Lord Roland will do something that I can't watch. If I'm there, won't it ruin things? Zhang Tai thought to himself. You. Steam rose from Sylvia's head. She wanted to shout at Cosette, but she was afraid of being discovered. She could only hold back her tears and turn her head to look at the dorm room whose door was wide open. Thump. 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 Sylvia could only see the scene in the room and a figure lying on the bed. Her heart started beating violently. Perhaps if the confession is successful, it will be like what Cosette said. They will do something shameful. Who knows? Besides, even if Sylvia didn't have such thoughts, if Wu Yan wanted it, with Sylvia's current feelings for Wu Yan, she wouldn't be able to refuse, right? In other words, the distance between the two of them will be infinitely close tonight. At the thought of this, Sylvia's heart started beating at an unprecedented speed. The frequency of her heartbeat made Sylvia afraid that her heart would jump out of her chest. Your Highness. Cosette giggled. Even I can hear your heartbeat. Sylvia gave Cosette a hateful look. Throwing caution to the wind, she rushed into the room and came to Wu Yan's bedside. At night, Wu Yan's window was closed. But he didn't close the curtains. The weak moonlight shone in from the window. It was projected onto the bed, exposing the scene on the bed to Sylvia's eyes. He didn't put on his pajamas. Wu Yan took off his jacket and with a calm breath, he fell into a deep sleep with a serene expression on his face. The moonlight shone on Wu Yan's body. At this moment, Wu Yan was like a cloak made of gauze. He blended in perfectly with the moonlight. The temperament of a vampire ancestor was vividly displayed in the room. He was like the king of the night. Looking at this beautiful scene, Sylvia was mesmerized and intoxicated. Cosette waited outside the door for a full 10 minutes but didn't hear anything from the room. She was surprised. With doubts in her mind, Cosette pushed open the unlatched door, walked into the room, and came to the bedside. The next moment, the scene in front of her made Cosette stunned on the spot. Wu Yan was still lying on the bed, sleeping peacefully. Sylvia, who was supposed to wake Wu Yan up and confess her love for him, somehow slipped under the blanket. She laid in Wu Yan's embrace with one hand hugging Wu Yan and the other hugging the dragon-shaped plushie that originally belonged to her. With a smile on her face, she fell asleep peacefully. Cosette didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, she snuck into the male dormitory just to sleep with her sweetheart. Your Highness, really? Cosette gently sat on the edge of the bed and helped Sylvia pull up the blanket. She looked at Wu Yan and hesitated for a moment before reaching out to touch his cheek. In fact, Cosette didn't know why she encouraged Sylvia to confess to Wu Yan. She only knew that if Wu Yan was really with Sylvia, it would be the best outcome for her. In that case, Cosette would be able to serve Wu Yan legitimately and no longer be his personal maid in the morning. Cosette was very loyal to Sylvia. She was so loyal that even when Veronica wanted to put her in an important position and other nobles wanted to poach her, they were all mercilessly rejected by her. That's why Veronica was so surprised when she heard that Cosette was serving Wu Yan. Originally, Cosette thought that she only needed to serve Sylvia for the rest of her life. She didn't need a second master at all. In the beginning, she said that she was Wu Yan's personal maid in the morning. In fact, that was just a joke. Other than making breakfast for Wu Yan, Cosette didn't do anything else that resembled serving him. Making breakfast wasn't really serving him, was it? But recently, Cosette started to do more and more things while helping Wu Yan make breakfast. She even helped Wu Yan get dressed and washed his face in the morning. This was completely within the scope of serving him. Cosette didn't know why this was. Her loyalty didn't allow her to serve two people, but if Wu Yan and Sylvia could become a couple, then Wu Yan could also become her master and be served by her. With this thought in mind, Cosette unconsciously started to encourage Sylvia. Perhaps, Cosette should also ask herself the same question she just asked Sylvia. Like. Cosette murmured to himself. Chapter 1357. That night, Wu Yan slept exceptionally soundly. Not for anything else, but during his sleep, he didn't know when it started, but there were two extremely pleasant fragrances that accompanied Wu Yan throughout the night, and they went into his nose without any explanation, making him feel as if he was bathing in a sea of flowers, and his entire body and mind became comfortable. Wu Yan didn't know how to describe that fragrance, but he felt that it was particularly pleasant, and it smelled even better than the fragrance of the plants that he smelled in the bathroom of Sylvanus that could calm one's mind. Therefore, that night, not only did Wu Yan sleep particularly well, but he also had a very good night. It was also because of this that when the night passed, and the morning sun shone through the window and domineeringly into the room, Wu Yan slowly opened his sleepy eyes. Although his wine-red pupils were still a little confused, they didn't have the laziness that they should have when he slept in the past. He slept until the sun rose, and he slept until he woke up naturally. This made even Wu Yan, who liked to sleep in very much, wake up early. He was in a particularly good mood, and he didn't have the mood to sleep in anymore. He directly woke up, and he couldn't help but smile. Unfortunately, this smile quickly froze on Wu Yan's face. The fragrance that accompanied Wu Yan all night, even the cold air brought by the appearance of the morning, couldn't be removed. It still lingered around Wu Yan, and with Wu Yan's breathing, it entered his body, making Wu Yan's body relax. But now, Wu Yan no longer had the time to pay attention to it, and it made him have a good dream. The fragrance of a good night. He could clearly feel that the bed, which should have been able to easily fit his body, had become a lot more cramped today. Of course, the crowding wasn't the main point. The main point was that Wu Yan could feel that his spread out hands. It seemed that he was holding two extremely soft things, one big and one small, on the left and the other on the right. Realizing this, Wu Yan fell silent. Although he didn't know what was going on, the crowded feeling, the familiar feeling of the two soft lumps in his hand, and the fragrance that kept drilling into Wu Yan's nose were all telling him, it seems like I've entered some kind of interesting plot again, after all. That soft touch, it's not the first time he's felt it from the girls who shared their lives with him. That pleasant fragrance, it's something that the girls have on them as well. Wu Yan, who used to experience this feeling almost every day in the past, can't help but feel a little relieved. How could he not be familiar with it? In addition to his past experience and the faint intuition in his heart, coupled with little guesses and analysis, Wu Yan had a pretty good idea of what happened here. Maintaining his silence, Wu Yan slowly lowered his head and looked into the blanket. Then, Wu Yan's vision was completely occupied by two familiar and beautiful faces. Phew, with gentle and sweet breathing, the two beautiful young girls leaned their heads against Wu Yan's chest. The distance between their faces was extremely close, almost touching each other, and their lips were connected. The first rays of the morning sun shone through the window onto the two girls' hair of different colors. One of them shone with a dazzling golden light, while the other emitted a gentle purple light. There was a smile on their faces, and their fair faces seemed to add an unexpected charm, making people's hearts beat faster. At the same time, these two uninvited girls who came at an unknown time and even snuggled into Wu Yan's blankets, snuggled into his embrace and entered dreamland. Their voluptuous bosoms, separated by the academy uniform and the maid uniform respectively, fell into Wu Yan's grasp. In other words, Wu Yan was holding the two girls' soft breasts in each hand while lying on the bed, and these two girls were lying in his arms, sleeping soundly. If it wasn't for the fact that the three of them were well dressed except for being a little messy, even Wu Yan himself would have suspected that he had unknowingly done something outrageous last night. Looking at the two extremely unexpected faces that shouldn't have appeared, not only leaning against his chest, but also imprinted into his eyes, Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched slightly. He exhaled a complicated breath and looked at the ceiling. Can someone tell me what's going on? Wu Yan mumbled as if he's asking for help. Why did Sylvia and Corsette come to my bed and give me benefits? Lucien asked. This question didn't elicit an answer from the heavens, but a murmur that sounded like someone talking in a dream. Roland. Sylvia rubbed against Wu Yan's chest and murmured Wu Yan's name with a blissful expression, causing Wu Yan to be filled with shock. This Sylvia murmured my name even in her dreams and looked so happy. Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? While Wu Yan was having such thoughts, another similar murmur caused him to lose his composure. Lord Roland. Corsette frowned and her cheeks began to blush. No. Not like this. At least. Not there, listening to Corsette's murmur that could definitely cause normal men and normal women, and even abnormal men and abnormal women to have unhealthy fantasies, Wu Yan was embarrassed. Corsette, what kind of happy? No, infuriating dream are you having? No, now is not the time to think about this. With his mind in a mess, Wu Yan began to unconsciously knead the two plump mounds in his hands, causing Sylvia's pretty face to blush like Corsette's. Corsette began to breathe delicately, filling the warm space with a pink atmosphere. Perhaps because Wu Yan's movements were too violent, or perhaps because Corsette's combat strength was high and her senses were sharp, Corsette slowly opened her eyes with a soft groan. She woke up the moment she sensed the abnormality in her body. She raised her head and met a pair of wine-red eyes. Wu Yan looked at Cosette and Cosette looked at Wu Yan. Both of them could see their own reflections in each other's eyes. Even their breaths intertwined with each other. They were so close to each other that they fell into an eerie silence that lasted for a long time. In this strange atmosphere, Wu Yan also saw that Corsette's pretty face was blushing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, while her face was blushing, Corsette's expression showed a slightly playful smile as usual. Good morning, Lord Roland. Good. Good morning. Wu Yan nodded with a blank face. When he came back to his senses, his first reaction was to ridicule. Is this the time to say good morning? What else? Corsette blinked and said in a teasing tone, Lord Roland, do you want to take the opportunity to do something else? Well. Corsette not only didn't seem to care, but also seemed to be flirting with him. Wu Yan couldn't help but become bolder and resumed his kneading. Not now, I don't know later. Wu Yan's kneading caused Corsette's expression to change slightly. Her purple eyes suddenly became blurred. Looking at Corsette's blurred appearance, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. With tacit understanding, the two looked straight at each other as if they could only see each other. Then, the two faces slowly began to close the distance. Yu, just as Wu Yan and Cosette were about to kiss each other, a melodious voice came from the other side, causing the two to stiffen up in an instant. Yu. Another whimper. Sylvia finally woke up. Perhaps because she hadn't completely regained her consciousness, Sylvia raised her head and rested her chin on Wu Yan's shoulder like the most intimate of lovers. Her soft long hair fluttered down and sprinkled on Wu Yan's face. She murmured in a confused tone. Corsette, are you up? It seems that Sylvia mistook Wu Yan for Corsette, but soon, a strange feeling rose in her heart. Because compared to Corsette, Sylvia's shoulder was undoubtedly more robust, and faintly carried an unfamiliar aura. Sylvia's misty eyes regained their brightness as she abruptly looked over. Then, Wu Yan's face appeared in front of her eyes. Yo. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Good morning. Sylvia was stunned, and then her face flushed red. Yu, a sharp and piercing scream echoed through the sky. Chapter 1358. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed tiredly on his way to the lecture hall. I finally had a good morning, but it turned into a farce in the end. Why do I have to be so tired? Thanks to Sylvia's shrill scream and her tearful, disheveled appearance as she ran out of Apollo's cottage, the boys of Apollo's cottage, who had heard the noise and seen the whole process, were in an uproar. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a girl running away after being violated. Therefore, even though it was a bright and pleasant morning, all the boys in the Apollo dormitory seemed to have gone crazy early in the morning and were in a mess. Then, all kinds of rumors started to spread. For example, after defeating Captain Yuzura, the Protoss horsemen got too complacent and decided to rape the fourth princess of the Night Kingdom of Lorimon. Well, another example was, Her Highness Princess Sylvia fell in love with Roland, the man who defeated Captain Yuzura and became the strongest in the world. She tried to confess her love to him but was rejected. She suffered a severe blow and was too ashamed to stay on the scene. Another example would be, during the banquet to celebrate Roland becoming a dragon knight, Roland and Her Highness Sylvia both violated the school's rules and secretly drank. In the end, after getting drunk, they had a wonderful night. After waking up, Her Highness Sylvia could not accept reality and escaped from Roland's room. Good, bad, guessed, made up. In just one morning, all sorts of rumors entered Wu Yan's ears. Yashu even ran over to Wu Yan and asked him about what happened with a hesitant look on his face. Yak also came to ask if he did something worse than a beast. Even Raymond and the others came over. Just dealing with these people is enough to squander away his good mood from this morning. At the same time, he also squandered away his stamina and energy, sigh. When he thought about how this matter might spread to the entire Ansari Academy, he knew he would have to deal with more trouble. Wu Yan sighed again with a sad face. Ma. Lord Roland, cheer up. It's worth mentioning that after Sylvia ran away in tears, Corset didn't chase after her. Instead, she stayed by Wu Yan's side. Just like usual. As if nothing had happened, she helped Wu Yan dress, wash his face, and make breakfast. She didn't seem to be affected at all. Another thing worth mentioning was when Wu Yan was being questioned by Yashur, Yak, and the others. The cute maid also stayed by his side. She's not trying to help Wu Yan explain himself, she's gloating over his misfortune. Thus, when he saw Corset's beaming face, he felt the energy in his body flowing faster. Who do you think is to blame for this? Cosette tilted his head, pretending to be confused, and asked in disbelief. Is it my fault? Shouldn't it be your fault? Wu Yan didn't even have the strength to complain. This was originally caused by you guys invading my room. Aren't you guys afraid of being caught and treated as female perverts? Ma, it doesn't matter. Corset smiled perfunctorily. As long as you don't get caught, even the laws of the Night Kingdom of Lorea can't find a reason to punish you. Anne. Cosette raised her index finger and blinked her eyes. Lord Roland, don't you like it? Wu Yan couldn't help but take a few more glances at Cosette's cute and playful actions. He rolled his eyes at the same time. Do you think you can get away with it by acting cute in front of me? Can't I? Cosette was surprised from the bottom of her heart. Then, her expression changed. A faint blush appeared on her face. Her moist lips slightly exhaled a sweet breath. Her little tongue licked the corner of her mouth. It was as if she had changed into a different person. In other words, compared to this cute action, President Lebecca's provocative action is more to Lord Roland's taste, right? You. Wu Yan was a bit flabbergasted by Cosette's astonishing transformation. It's a pity you didn't go into acting. Even if I go into acting, Corset will still act as a maid. Corset chuckled and changed the topic. By the way, Lord Roland, what do you think about Her Highness sleeping next to you? Wu Yan stopped in his tracks when he heard that. He quickly regained his composure and shifted his gaze to the other side. What do you mean, what do I think? Isn't that an accident? Rune-sama, you are surprisingly mean. Even Cosette couldn't help but feel helpless after hearing Wu Yan's response. I don't believe Lord Roland can't see the change in Her Highness, especially in her attitude towards you. And? Wu Yan glanced at Corset with a faint smile. Do you want me to take the initiative and pursue Sylvia? Yes. It would be best if that's the case. Corset sighed and her expression turned serious. But no matter what, I only hope Lord Roland can be as natural as before when facing Her Highness. As natural as before? Wu Yan was stunned. You should be able to see that Her Highness looks strong, but she's actually very delicate, right? Cosette stared into Wu Yan's eyes. As long as Lord Long's behavior is a little strange, Her Royal Highness will definitely realize what happened in the morning. She will start to worry that Lord Long will hate her. In the end, she will either not dare to face Lord Long anymore or be lost and run away in shame. So, instead of that, why don't you face Sylvia with a normal attitude like before, right? Wu Yan looked at Cosette with an amused expression. It seems like you are very loyal to Sylvia. Of course. Cosette raised her head without hesitation. She made a rare arrogant reply. She looked deeply into Wu Yan's eyes before opening her mouth with a tone full of ambiguity. Perhaps, in the future, I will have to change from 1 to 2. Oh. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. Will you really serve 2 people at the same time? Yes. If Her Highness becomes Lord Roland's partner, then she will become my master. Cosette pursed her lips and said with a seductive smile. By that time, I will have to obey Lord Roland's every command. Is that so? Wu Yan pursed his lips in a nonchalant manner. He didn't notice the serious look in Cosette's eyes despite the grin on her face. There it is. While Wu Yan and Cosette were chatting happily, a scream suddenly sounded in front of them and attracted their attention. When Wu Yan and Cosette looked up at the source of the sound, the scene in front of them stunned them. What really appeared, Lord Roland, Lord Roland, a series of crazy screams resounded in the sky above the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. It was as if they wanted to shatter the eardrums of others. It shook Wu Yan's ears and made him see stars. Rumble, 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 rumble. Along with the screams, the ground started shaking like an earthquake. It's getting closer and closer to Wu Yan. The screams that resounded through the sky came from the female students of all grades, all dressed in the academy's uniform, who filled the entire area in front of them. The trembling sound was caused by the female students who filled the entire field of vision. They rode their respective dragons and charged towards Wu Yan with hearts in their eyes. Wu Yan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched the sky-covering scene of the female students riding on pterosaurs, earth dragons, and water dragons charging towards him. His face is full of shock. What's going on? Cosette also recovered from the shock, revealing a wry smile. Lord Roland, it seems like your fan club has finally appeared. Fan club? Don't forget that you're the one who defeated Captain Ursula and became the strongest dragon knight in the world. Is it strange that those girls who are attracted to you have become your fans? Cosette smiled gloatingly. You have to be careful, the female students in our academy are very open. Be careful not to be pushed into bed by your fans. Wu Yan's curses were mercilessly drowned out by the deafening screams and the rumbling sound that shook the ground. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.